What if Naruto became the Bionic Shinobi? Part 2. Mindscape. Really. And people called me a reckless fighter when I was a chunin. Naruto was laying on a grassy field with Megumi and Minato. Granted, there was a cage around Megumi, but she enjoyed the sunshine nonetheless. You let that boy sever your respiratory muscles, Megumi muttered, sitting up and looking down at Naruto. Do you have any idea how close we came to dying? I have a pretty good idea of that, yeah, Naruto said with a nod. This was, what, my third real shinobi battle. I think I did pretty good. I have to agree, Minato said as he stared up at the sky. I mean, he won, right? He could have done so without sustaining so many injuries, but at least he won, and didn't die. Stop talking about how he could have died. Let's learn from the past, not dwell on it, Naruto said, waving Megumi off, making her bristle as she grabbed the bars of the cage, glaring heatedly at the two blondes. Easy for you to say, she roared, flaring her killer intent. Of course, this would have been impressive, had the two not experienced it over and over during the last 3 days. You guys not the ones who has to work on healing this damn injury-prone body. Do you have any idea how much I have to concentrate in order to heal these injuries? I'm doing it for you, you know. Naruto sat up and stared at her with a raised eyebrow. You realize that you're not fooling me, right? He asked, a smirk appearing on his face. You heal my body just as much for yourself as you do it for me. If there was no risk of you dying as well, you'd let me stay injured, if only to teach me a lesson. Megumi huffed and crossed her arms, but didn't respond. Naruto's smirk widened. Am I right? Careful, son, Minato said as he slung an arm around Naruto's shoulders, leaning in to whisper in his ear. Remember, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Especially if said woman has the power to destroy mountains without even trying. Naruto chuckled as he stood up. Yeah, well, I need to get some rest. Considering that we're still here, the battle went well. So, I'm gonna go. I'll talk to you guys later. Later, Minato said with a wave as Naruto vanished from the mindscape. He'll go far, won't he? I have no doubts about that, Megumi said with a smile as she stared at the spot where Naruto had been. She sighed. If only I wasn't stuck in here, I would. Not this again. Megumi grinned. 2 days later. Naruto was sitting in a bar with his team, Jiraiya, Tsunade and Shizune. Staring at the busty blonde sitting across from him. Goddamn Hokage. Tsunade smiled, nodding. Naruto crossed his arms, sighing. So, starting today, you're gonna become the goddamn Hokage, Jiraiya glanced at him with a raised eyebrow. You don't seem pleased, Naruto. Well, no offense to you, Ba-chan, Naruto said and looked at Jiraiya, but compared to the Sandaime and the Yondaime. She's not exactly a good candidate for Hokage, is she? She's rough, selfish, loose with money, and easily pissed off. A Hokage is supposed to be able to stay calm in any situation regardless what's going on. And I'm just not sure she can do it. Tsunade twitched and shot forward, grabbing Naruto's collar. Let's take this outside, brat. I rest my case, Naruto said with a smirk, making her twitch again. Same as last time, Shikamaru mumbled as everyone got up and headed outside. I've got 100 Ryu on Tsunade-sama, Kiba said, smirking. Any takers? There was none. Naruto and Tsunade stared each other down, Naruto smirking. You're lucky I'm still recovering, Ba-chan, Naruto said, clenching his left fist. My movements aren't what they should be, and using the Hiraishin is out of the question. I guess, like this. You'll be a good warm-up. Tsunade twitched. Underestimating me, brat, she asked as she held up her hand, extending a finger. All I need against you is just one finger. Naruto grinned and charged forward at an impressive speed, making Tsunade's eyes widen. Naruto got ready to punch her, but suddenly went wide-eyed when his right leg froze. Oh, shit. Before he could recover, Tsunade had knocked off his Hitai-8 with her finger, and came at him as if she was about to finger-flick his forehead. Naruto closed his eyes, awaiting the hit, but was surprised when it didn't come. Instead, he felt something soft pressed against his forehead, and opened his eyes, to see her kissing him on the forehead, making him blush slightly. As she pulled back, Tsunade smiled at him, taking off her necklace and tying it around Naruto's neck. Become a good man. Naruto blinked, but then grinned, holding out his hand and catching his Hitai-8, just as it came falling from out of the sky. Got it, he said as he put on the Hitai-8. Then, he realized something, and turned to Kakashi. Oh, Kakashi-sensei. This is pretty unusual, isn't it? Kakashi blinked. What are you talking about, Naruto? I mean, we've been through a tough battle, and you're not bedridden. Shikamaru and Kiba went wide-eyed in realization, and looked at their sensei. Hey, you're right, Kiba said, scratching his head. That's pretty unusual. Kakashi's shoulders slumped. Is that what you guys think of me? Right now, I'm truly shocked. You seem to have taken one hell of a beating as well, Naruto-kun. Came a voice from an alley by the bar. They all turned to see a robed figure, his whole body wrapped in bandages. Your movements are sluggish. You took me for one hell of a rodeo, Naruto said, smiling. It's only natural that I'm like this. Naruto, Kakashi said. Do you know him? Yeah, Naruto said, nodding, as the stranger removed his bandages, and took a pair of glasses out of his robes. He's my spy with Orochimaru, Yakushi Kabuto. Everyone went wide-eyed when they heard that, and saw the stranger, who was quite clearly Kabuto. I apologize for manhandling you all so roughly, Kabuto said, smiling. But I had to keep up appearances around Orochimaru. Naruto knew that, which was why he didn't hold back during the fight, and decided to put me on a diet. Naruto stared at Kabuto, sweat dropping. That's a strange thing to call a hole in your gut. What the hell is this? Jiraiya demanded. Kabuto here is the unofficial spy in Otogakure no Sato, Naruto explained. If he's not written down in any of the books, there's no way he's going to get found out. Seems you have taken some of my lessons to heart after all, Jiraiya said, suddenly smiling. Whoa. Old Neverhand thought that he might have been a spy. As pleasant as this is, I don't have much time, Kabuto said as he put on the bandages on his face again. He reached into his robe and took out a scroll, throwing it to Naruto. Who caught it? Naruto-kun, this is all I've managed to gather on Orochimaru's immortality jutsu. The time draws nearer. With that said, Kabuto vanished. What did he mean by that? Shikamaru asked as Naruto read through the scroll. Apparently, Orochimaru switches bodies. Meaning, he transfers his soul to another body in order to live longer. However, he can only do this once every 3 years. The time for switching bodies must be drawing nearer, Naruto explained as he read through the scroll. According to this, the only ones he can take over are, his eyes widened. The only ones are those with a cursed seal. Sasuke, Shikamaru said, getting a nod from Naruto. We should hurry back to the village as quickly as possible, Jiraiya said, and Kakashi nodded, along with Tsunade. We never know when Orochimaru will make his move. 5 days later. Man, there's nothing better than some male bonding after battling one of the Sannin, Kiba mumbled as he. Naruto and Shikamaru were in the hot springs of Konoha, just relaxing. Naruto looked at Kiba strangely. When did you battle a Sannin? He asked, scratching his head. As far as I remember, we fought Kabuto, not Orochimaru. It's the same thing, Kiba said with a shrug, getting a yip of agreement from Akamaru, who was laying on his head. As much as I hate to admit it, it's not, Naruto said, sighing. Had we fought Orochimaru, instead of Kimimaro and Kabuto, we would have gotten slaughtered. We need to step up our training. We have to improve our Naru-Kiba Shika teamwork. But not now, Kiba said as he grinned, leaning back and closing his eyes. Right now, we relax. Yeah, the three just sat there in silence for a few minutes before hearing voices. Hey, Asuma-sensei, why are we here? It was Akamichi Choji, who was being led into He Hot Springs, along with Shino, by Asuma, who chuckled as they got in. It's called male bonding, Choji. Don't try to understand it. It's something that just happens. Listen to him, Choji, Shikamaru said suddenly, making his presence known. Naruto, Kiba and I come here all the time, and somehow, we understand each other better. Male bow. Nding is something that happens on a subconscious level, Shino said in his usual monotone. No one could really see him through the steam, as it was very thick, and he was sitting at the other end of the hot spring. It's impossible to understand it. Just like women, Naruto said, getting a snicker from Kiba. Oh, Naruto, I heard you guys brought back Tsunade-sama. Yeah, Naruto said, grinning. We kicked some ass, too. Orochimaru's cronies were nothing against us. If Orochimaru wants to kill us, he'll have to do it himself, Kiba said confidently, getting nods from his teammates. That's good. You guys are growing. I'm the son of the Yondaime, Naruto said, shrugging. I have to grow strong, or I'll be the disappointment of the Yondaime. Naruto saw that some were about to argue, and held up his hand. I know that's probably not true, but thinking like that keeps me motivated. I wanna make my dad proud of me. Asuma smiled and patted Naruto on the shoulder. I'm pretty sure he is. I know he is. Naruto thought with a smile, but then realized something. The 2 feet rule. Asuma looked down, and noticed this, quickly scooting away from Naruto. Sorry. 2 feet rule? Shino asked curiously. Listen well, Shino, Kiba said, holding up 2 fingers. The 2 feet rule is a must in a all-nude setting. Any male is not allowed to be within 2 feet of another male. That's the border between male bonding and gay. A rule set forth by Jiraiya-sama, Asuma said as everyone, save for Shino, put their hand on their heart. Amen, they spoke in unison. True male bonding. Suddenly, Asuma perked up. And a smirk slowly appeared on his face. Of course, there was another reason why we came to the hot springs today, he said as voices were heard, female voices. Naruto, Shikamaru and Kiba grinned. Mixed bath day, they whispered together as they all quieted down. Of course, it didn't do much, since they could hardly see through the steam. Kiba, however, noticed that Naruto had activated his eye. Lucky bastard. However, Naruto was not a lucky bastard, and he quickly turned off his eye, cringing. Who's coming? Asuma whispered, and Naruto shuddered. Enko-san, Kurenai. Hinata and Maika-san and Imo-uto, Naruto muttered, shuddering again. An excited squeal was heard. Naya. There's nothing like a good soak in the hot springs on a day like this. Came Enko's voice through the steam. Especially when you have dango and sake as well. Sake this early, Enko-sensei. Came Taki's voice, making Naruto raise an eyebrow. Is that good? It's not problem. Ko said as the men heard people sit down in the hot springs. We have something to celebrate, after all. We have a Godime Hokage. Kushina, came Kurenai's voice as well. I heard Naruto's team brought her back. Yeah, Naruto didn't have to see her to know that his mother was depressed. That Naruto brat, Enko said, scoffing. I hear he's getting pretty strong. Naruto let out a triumphant laugh, making the women jump in surprise. First, I get a kiss from Tsunade, granted, it was on the forehead, and then I become the hot springs gossip. I must be getting pretty popular. Kurenai-sensei, Kiba said. His tone indicating that he was grinning. Aren't you a ninja? Shouldn't you first check to see if anyone is in here before you start talking about someone behind their back? There are men here. Taki exclaimed in shock. No shit, Shikamaru muttered. It's mixed bathing day today. Didn't you read the sign? Sign? Kurenai asked, followed by silence. Then came Enko's nervous laughter. I wasn't supposed to take that down. She asked in a mischievous tone of voice. Enko-sensei. Taki yelled, while Choji looked at Asuma. Asuma-sensei, are women always this noisy in the hot springs? Who knows, Choji? Asuma said with a shrug. Women are hard to understand. Female bonding, perhaps, Shino asked quietly. Naruto suddenly stiffened, and he slowly turned to glare at Kiba. Oi, Kiba 2 feet rule. Kiba looked at him in confusion. What are you talking about? That's not your hand on my thigh. No. Naruto reached under the water and nodded. Right, that's a foot. Oh. Enko said in a fake surprised voice. Sorry, I slipped. Naruto. Naruto looked in the direction where his mother's voice had come through the mist. Kushina-san, keep in mind that we are both currently naked. Are you sure you want to have a conversation here? Why not? Kiba asked, never one to be embarrassed in any situation. In here, all your secrets are exposed, in manner of speaking. Very well, Naruto said, leaning back as he gazed into the steam. What do you want? I want to apologize, Kushina said, only to be met by silence as Kiba and Naruto stared at each other. Bursting into laughter a few seconds later. Hell, even Shikamaru snickered at that. Once he calmed down enough, Naruto wiped the tears of mirth out of his eyes. Thought of a good apology, did you? 'Cause, Sorry, ain't gonna cut it. I'm afraid. It won't make up for abandoning me, leaving me at the mercy of the villagers. Hey, Enko growled. You're being a dick. I think I have the right to be, Naruto said calmly. While Asuma scooted away from Naruto, opting to not take any sides. Kiba, can I borrow your claws for a moment? What for? I want to show her just what gives me the right to be a dick. And I don't have a kunai nearby, do you? At this point, you could cut the tension with a knife, and the steam cleared enough so you could actually see the other side of the hot springs. Naruto was looking straight into Kushina's eyes. He's here, you know, Naruto said, getting confused looks from everyone. To-san, I mean. During the sealing, he placed his consciousness and a piece of his soul in the seal itself. He's seen everything that's happened in my life through my eyes. Did you know that? At this point, Kurenai, Kushina and Taki looked like someone had stabbed them with a kunai. While everyone else just looked like someone had just slugged them in the face. Naruto turned to Kiba, hearing Megami's voice in his head. Never mind, Kiba, I don't need the claws, he said as he grabbed his left arm. Just as the skin by his shoulder tore, and he easily ripped the skin on his arm off, getting a shriek of fright from Taki and Hinata when they saw his bionic limb, while Kurenai looked horrified. This is what gives me the right to be a dick. Kiba didn't really care about the talk they were having. Instead, he was just staring at the arm. Hey, Naruto, there's not blood. Nah, I decided that. Even though it looks more lifelike, having blood where it's not needed is a pain. Ni-chan, Taki whispered, getting a look from Naruto. It wasn't quite a glare, but it was enough to make her cringe. I'd prefer it if you didn't call me that. You two may be family, but in blood only. Naruto. I'm out, Naruto said as he stood up suddenly, Kushina, Taki and Kurenai blushing. Hinata was so red, she looked about ready to pass out. Enko, however, had a perverted grin and blush on her face. Kiba, Shika, training tomorrow at 6, yeah. Roger, Kiba said, nodding, while Shikamaru just sighed. Which Naruto took as a yes. Once Naruto had gotten his clothes back on and left the hot springs, he used a quick Shunshin no Jutsu to get to the top of the Hokage monument, sitting down on the Sandame's head. You don't think you went a little too far, Naruto? Came Minato's voice, making his eyes widen. Apparently, Minato had found a way to communicate through his thoughts as well. You don't approve. Oh, I approve. Don't get me wrong, I love Kushina and Taki with all my heart, but I admit that they deserve to know the repercussions of their leaving. Of course, Taki can't be blamed too much. After all, Kushina raised her to believe that you were a demon. Is this spot taken? Naruto jumped slightly, and turned to see Kakashi standing behind him, for once not reading his Aika. Go right ahead, Naruto said, getting a nod from Kakashi, who sat down and looked over the village. Something seems to be troubling you. I'm that easy to read. Not really. It's just that. The only times you come up here is if you want to think about something, or if something's troubling you, Kakashi said, giving Naruto an eye smile. Naruto smiled, then looked over the village again. It's just that. I met my mom and Taki today, and I kinda chewed them out. Something is bothering me about it. And that is, well, she's my mom, you know. All my life, I've wanted a mom, and now that I've found her. I hate her guts. All I wanna do is just call her Ka-san, and give her a hug, but the abandonment is still there. She thought I was a demon up until a couple of weeks ago. Kakashi put a hand on his shoulder. Things like that leaves deep wounds on a man, he said quietly as he gazed down at the village sadly. Then, he turned to Naruto and gave him another eye smile. But don't worry, Naruto. Time heals all wounds, as they say. Just give it time. You don't have to decide right now whether you want to forgive Kushinane or not. However, I think you should give Taki a chance. After all, it was just the way she was raised. Kushinane chose to abandon you. Taki didn't. Naruto decided to lay down, staring up at the sky, which had been dyed orange by the setting sun. I guess. Don't dwell on it too much, okay? You got it, sensei, Naruto said with a smile, which Kakashi mirrored. Then, he noticed something. Oh, you dyed your hair. Naruto blinked. Say what? Your hair. Kakashi explained. It's blonde again. Only the spikes are orange now. Naruto ran a hand through his hair. To-san must have pressured Megami to do it. Kakashi blinked, copying Naruto's earlier response. Say what? Oh, right, you weren't in the hot springs when I told them, Naruto said and sat up. Two-san is sealed in me as well. Kakashi gaped, which made Naruto smile. During the sealing, he placed his consciousness and a piece of his soul in the seal. He asked me to tell you that he was proud of your growth, but, and I quote, you're a grown man, lose the mask for Kami's sake. Kakashi laughed at that. Minato had always been on his case about the mask. He said that Kakashi shouldn't be shy and hide his face. But Kakashi was not shy, damn it. That sounds like something sensei would say. Kakashi said as he got up. Well, I hope you sort this whole thing out, Naruto. By the way, I recommended you for a Junin promotion. Later. With that, Kakashi disappeared, leaving a wide-eyed Naruto. Say what? The next day, Naruto was standing in front of Sarutobi's old desk, which was now Tsunade's desk. The busty Hokage sat behind it, looking over a report. IQ test speed, strength and stamina excellent, Tsunade mumbled to herself as she stared down at the report. Nin and Taijutsu are also excellent. Average Genjutsu, she hummed and set the paper down. The elders all agree that you have the skills to be a Junin. However, you don't have enough experience. Before you can become a Junin, you will have to complete more A and S ranked missions. Well, it's not like I'm in a rush to become a Junin, Naruto said, shrugging. What are the odds of 12-year-olds accepting the teachings of a 13-year-old? I'll probably wait until I'm at least. The door to Tsunade's office opened, and Anko came walking in, Taki following closely. Taki's eyes widened when she spotted Naruto, who glanced back at her, making eye contact. Anko looked between the two for a couple of seconds, remembering the meeting in the hot springs, but was broken from her thoughts by Tsunade's voice. Knock first, Anko. I've told you that several times now, she muttered as she rubbed her temples. What do you want? I came to request to take Taki as my official apprentice. Tsunade nodded. Naruto and I were almost done, anyway. Now, what were you saying, Naruto? Naruto broke his eye contact with Taki and looked to Tsunade again. Like I said, I wanna wait until I'm at least 16. This way, I can train some more and get more experience. Besides, Kiba would never stop sulking if I became a Junin before he even became Chunin. Tsunade nodded. Jiraiya has talked about making you his official apprentice and taking you on a training trip. I think he wants some more one-on-one training with you. Now is as good a time as any, don't you think? Naruto nodded. Will that be all? That's all, Tsunade said with a nod, which Naruto returned, before walking off. However, he stopped when he reached his sister, glancing at her. Taki, he said, making her jump in surprise. Why yes. Do you like dango? Tsunade smiled at that. Come on, I'm buying. Taki blinked. Sure, she said as she looked up at Anko, who gestured for her to go. 15 minutes later, Taki was feeling very uncomfortable as she sat at a table outside Konoha's dango shop, sitting across from her brother, who was chewing on a dango stick, not really looking at her. They'd been sitting in silence for a while now, just eating their dango, and Taki was feeling more and more uncomfortable. So, Taki started lamely, trying to think of something to say. Why did you bring me here? I've been treating you unfairly, Naruto said calmly as he looked into Taki's eyes. I've been ing resentful to you for believing something you've no doubt been told from the moment you could understand words. That was unfair of me. Believe me, I'm happy to have a sister. I really am. It was just very hard for me to talk to someone who treated me like I was a demon, he said, making Taki wince at that. And I'm sorry. It's no problem, really, Taki said as she played with a dango stick. In fact, I'm the one who should be apologizing. It's useless to apologize to me. Unless the crimes committed against me are very severe, I don't like to dwell on the past, Naruto said with a shrug. It comes with being the village's scapegoat. He noticed that Taki winced, and sighed. I shouldn't have brought that up, right? It's okay, Taki said as she smiled. So going to be a Junin, huh? Naruto smiled. The two spent the day talking, Naruto regaling her with a couple of his tales, about his mission to Wave, about breaking the record in the Forest of Death, about the invasion, and D about his latest mission to bring back Tsunade, where he dealt a massive blow to Orochimaru by taking out his strongest fighter. When asked about the gold Konoha plate on his shoulder, he explained what it was, which left Taki staring at it in awe. Then, the conversation turned to Taki, about how she grew up. She informed him that they traveled a lot, to keep out of Konoha's sights, since Kushina hadn't wanted anything to do with that village. When they were both done, the sun had started setting, and they were walking through the village, towards the graveyard. "This is nice," Taki said with a smile. "You know, to have a brother. I mean, but it's gonna be a pain for the both of us," Naruto said, making Taki raise an eyebrow. "I mean, you're gonna start dating, and I'll have to go through the whole overprotective brother routine, and you'll get pissed when I chase away your dates with death threats of the goriest fashion." Taki laughed at that. There were times when growing up when she actually wished for that. "Nay, Ni-san," Taki said quietly as they walked into the cemetery. "Are you going to talk to Ka-san?" Naruto stayed silent for a few seconds as they walked towards the large statue at the end of the cemetery. It was a stone statue, which depicted a large flame, with a plaque below it that read, Hokage. "I don't know," Naruto said finally, sighing. I had no problem talking to. Since you were raised to believe what you believed." However, she knew how skilled Tu-san was at sealing, and she hardly even looked at me to see if I was a demon or not, considering that she left on the very same day that the Kyuubi was sealed in me, he said as they reached the monument. He stared at it for a few seconds, before speaking again. "She hurt me, Imouto. It will take some time for those wounds to heal." Taki sighed, but smiled anyway. "I understand, Ni-san. Well, I should probably go home before it gets dark," she said as she turned to leave. "I hope we'll see each other soon, Ni-san." "Yeah, I'll see you around," Naruto said, waving at Taki as she walked away. He stood there for a while, staring at the monument, before tensing up. Quickly, he rushed to the monument and crouched down as two people approached it. "But isn't it weird, coming here to pay respect to a man who's not really dead?" came Sarutobi's voice. "I mean, he's still alive inside Naruto. Naruto won't even look at me if he has a choice," came the voice of none other than Kushina. Sarutobi hummed as they reached the monument. "Well, you were, and you'll have to forgive my choice of words, a piss-poor mother to him. After all." Naruto nearly snorted at Sarutobi's lack of tact, and he could almost feel Kushina's glare. "You don't think I'm suffering enough or something?" she asked. "You have to rub it in." "Well, I'm not the acting Hokage anymore, and I haven't been able to act like this for years, so yeah, I have to rub it in." "You're a cold old man," Kushina muttered. But Naruto could hear that she had a smile on her face. The two stood in silence for a while, before Sarutobi spoke. "Kushina-chan, just give Naruto time. But I wanna be there for him, I want to make up for what I've done." Kushina whispered sadly. He showed me just what the repercussions of my leaving him was, and I." Sarutobi sensed that Kushina was close to breaking down, and patted her on the shoulder. Before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. Naruto was leaning against the monument as he heard Kushina start sobbing, followed by a noise that indicated that she'd collapsed, wailing loudly. A crying woman, he muttered in his mind. Slowly, he got up and walked around the monument, looking down at Kushina, who was on her knees, her face buried in her hands. Naruto stared down at her, tilting his head to the side. "What are you doing?" Kushina jerked in surprise as her head shot up. She stared up at Naruto with wide eyes. Naruto." Naruto knelt in front of her, staring at her with a raised eyebrow. "Crying isn't going to make anything better. Trust me, I know," he said, seeing Kushina cringe. Damn, what the hell was up with Kushina and Taki, making that damn King motion whenever he mentioned his childhood. It was his childhood that was fucked up, not theirs. "Naruto," Kushina whispered, looking down at the ground. "I'm so sorry. I've already forgiven you," Naruto said calmly as he turned away from her, walking away. "It's being around you that I can't stand right now. Maybe some other day." With that, he vanished, leaving a confused Kushina, who was wondering how the hell he could forgive her so quickly. The next day, up here again, Naruto, sitting on the Sandame's head, looked back, to see the Sandame himself walk up to him, no longer wearing the Hokage robes. since he was no longer the acting Hokage. Instead, he'd settled for an outfit that looked a lot like Jiraiya's, only it was dark gray, and he didn't wear the red vest coat. Yuto merely grunted as he went back to looking over the village, while Sarutobi sat down next to him. Naruto, Sarutobi said with a smile as he puffed on his pipe. These last few years, I've watched over you. And you've grown into a fine young man. I'm proud of the man you've become. But, Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. But, Kushina is suffering right now. As much as I'd like to see her wallow in grief for what she did to you. Save your breath, you old fart, Naruto said, grinning behind his mask. You're way behind the times on this one. I've already forgiven her. I did it last night in the graveyard after you left. Sarutobi blinked, surprised that he hadn't sensed the boy, but then smiled. You're getting better, my boy. I wouldn't be surprised if Tsunade only gets a few years as a Hokage. Before you kick her out of the office. Don't worry, Naruto said as he looked up at the sky. I'm not gonna take the office until I'm at least 25. Sarutobi's smile widened, but it disappeared when Naruto spoke again. Then again, I might have to take it before that. With as much as you smoke, you probably won't even be alive when I'm 25, and I'd like to take it while you're still alive. Sarutobi huffed. I'd like to think that I've got at least 15 more years left in me. Yeah, Naruto said with a calm smile on his face. Kami no you could probably beat me into the ground still. Well, maybe you won't take me physically, but when it comes to ninjutsu and genjutsu, you'll probably kick my ass. Physically, you'd only beat me if you'd summon Enma. Sarutobi chuckled and nodded. He had introduced Naruto to Enma when he showed him the Kuchio's no jutsu. Naruto had been all over the monkey, who'd called him an annoying brat. Naruto, naturally, countered with, old turd of monkey crap. Enma had pounded Naruto into the dirt. So, when are you going on your training trip with Jiraiya? In 3 days, Naruto said as he yawned, stretching. He laid down and put his hands behind his head. He wants to get as much training done as possible. Sarutobi hummed to himself as he smiled, closing his eyes. Naruto glanced at him. What are you getting so sentimental for? Oh, just recalling a young boy dressed in orange who screamed for me to buy him ramen, Sarutobi said, getting a scoff from Naruto. Annoying little brat, that one. He grew up pretty nicely, though, Sarutobi said as he laid down as well. Wow, this rocket pretty comfortable. I wouldn't take my naps on it if it wasn't. True. Gonna miss you, old man. I'll miss you too, Naruto. I'll have no one to beat at shogi for 3 years. At that, Naruto snapped his fingers. Oh, by the way, I figured out what you meant, he said, remembering an event from 3 years ago, when the two had been playing shogi the first time. Flashback. Sarutobi sat in front of a 10-year-old Naruto, who was staring down at the shogi board in frustration. You're too damn good at this, old man, Naruto muttered. I can't even get one of your pawns without walking into a trap. Sarutobi chuckled as he puffed on his pipe. I'd like to think of the board as Konoha, and the pieces as its inhabitants, he explained as Naruto made his move. Sarutobi had already counted on this, since it was the only move he could make where his piece wouldn't get taken. I plan everything out in a way that I won't sacrifice anyone. Unless it's absolutely necessary. We think alike, Naruto said. But you're just too damn smart for me. Thinking like me, huh? Sarutobi mumbled as he stared down at the board. Well then, who's the king? Naruto paused, and looked up at Sarutobi with a smile. That's an easy one. It's the Hokage. Sarutobi sighed. No, Naruto, it's not the Hokage. Then who? When you realize that, only then can you truly work on become the Hokage. Oh, come on, you old fart. You can't just leave me hanging. Flashback end. Well then, Sarutobi said, a bright smile on his face, who's the king? At first, I always thought the king was the Hokage, but then I realized that, if it was the Hokage, it wouldn't be the one to be protected, but instead doing the protecting, right? Naruto explained, getting a nod from Sarutobi. Then I thought, what is it that all Konoha ninja fight to protect? I only realized it a couple of days ago. It's the unborn children, the ones who will inherit the will of fire when we die. Sarutobi patted Naruto on the arm. Now, Naruto-kun, you can truly work on becoming the Hokage. Naruto smiled, but it soon faded when Sarutobi spoke again. You're still a terrible shogi player, though. Old bastard. 3 days later. This is it, huh? Shikamaru asked as he, Kiba, Kakashi, Tsunade and Sarutobi were standing at the gate, with Naruto and Jiraiya in front of them. It'll be 3 years before we see you again. Naruto nodded, and looked at Kiba. Hey, Keebs, make sure to make Chunin before I get back, yeah. I mean, it'd be an embarrassment for you if I made Junin before that. Kiba groaned. Don't remind me, but don't worry, though. I'll make Chunin at the next exam. That's good, Naruto said as he gave Kiba a man hug, with lots of powerful claps on the back. And no rubbing whatsoever. Take care of yourself. You too, Kiba said as he broke the hug. Naruto moved on to Shikamaru, giving him an equally manly hug, though it was under protest. And Shika, stop slacking off. Naruto said as he broke the hug and patted Shikamaru on the shoulder. Yeah. Naruto didn't give Kakashi a hug, but he did shake his hand. Take care of yourself, sensei. Don't end up in the hospital too much, okay? Kakashi twitched, while Kiba grinned. Don't worry, Naruto. We'll make sure he doesn't use his pink eye too much. Pink eye. Kakashi exclaimed with a glare. As she hugged Naruto, Tsunade whispered in his ear. If you let Jiraiya corrupt you, I'll neuter you. Naruto chuckled. Don't worry. There's no chance of that happening, Ba-chan. Tsunade twitched at the nickname, but kept smiling. Take care. I will. And be ready to make me Junin when I come back. With my training, you can easily become one. Jiraiya proclaimed as Naruto walked over to him. Well, we should head out. I'd like to get to the next town as soon as possible. I wonder why, Naruto muttered, crossing his arms. Then, he waved at Sarutobi. Don't die while I'm gone, old man. Don't worry about that, Naruto-kun, Sarutobi said with a smile. You go on now, and become stronger. They started walking away from the village, waving at Tsunade, Sarutobi and Team 7, who waved back. Kiba wailing about how he didn't have anyone to take his morning walks with, which earned him a bite from Akamaru. Uzumaki Naruto wouldn't set foot in Konoha for 3 whole years. 2 men were walking down a dirt path surrounded by thick forest. In the distance, they saw the massive gates of Konoha. One was the legendary Jiraiya of the Sannin. The other was none other than Namikaze Naruto, son of the Yondaime Hokage, and container of the Kyuubi no Yuko. He was dressed exactly the same as 3 years prior. The only difference was that he'd replaced his face mask with a mask consisting of bandages. Like Momochi Zabuza, his hair had also grown, and was tied into a spiky ponytail, which stopped right between his shoulder blades. His sleeve on his left arm had been rolled up to above his elbow. And the sleeve on his right arm was rolled up to the middle of his forearm, showing a mesh sleeve reaching down to his wrist. I wonder if Kiba made Chunin yet, nah. Ruto mused as he stuffed his right hand into his pocket, while the other was holding Ika Ika Tactics, the latest in the Ika Ika series. Jiraiya, who was smiling proudly, a smile that he'd been ble to get rid of ever since he got Naruto hooked on his latest book, shrugged. Taking Naruto on the training trip turned out to be the best decision he'd ever made. Naruto helped him with his writing, helping him to keep the smut in it. But still managed to add an equal amount of plot, action, romance and intrigue in the story. As it turned out, even women bought the book now, if only for the dramatic relationship between the womanizing hero, Shinsomaru, and the hard-working single mother, Shirayuki. Shira-chan, Naruto whispered, his eyes widening in shock as he read about how Shirayuki actually walked in on Shinsomaru when he slept with another woman. No, how could you, Shinsomaru? Jiraiya snickered as he approached the gate. For some reason, Naruto seemed to be rooting for the woman in his book, instead of Shinsomaru. The manliest of manly men, in Jiraiya's opinion. He opened his mouth to speak, but snapped it shut when he saw Naruto glare at him. Don't you dare give me any spoilers, you bastard, Naruto hissed. His eye narrowing. Jiraiya smiled as he crossed his arms. You really like the book? Naruto nodded. Of course. It's not just meaningless sex. Now I actually have a plot that I can follow. His gaze drifted back to his book as he flipped a page. He didn't even stop when they reached the gate. Jiraiya did, however, and showed the guards their passes. Naruto went wide-eyed again, shaking his head. You did not just say that, Shinso. Hey, Naruto, Jiraiya said as he caught up with Naruto. We have to go to the Hokage Tower and announce our return. Naruto hungry, Naruto said absently. On cue. His stomach growled angrily at Jiraiya, as if telling him to buzz off, so Naruto could get some food. Naruto eat first. Naruto go with Jiraiya to report in, or N. Naruto eat with Jiraiya's foot up his ass, Jiraiya said calmly. Naruto, who'd been halfway through making a right turn, which would lead him to the dango shop, spun 360 degrees, and continued down the path to the Hokage Tower. Making Jiraiya snicker. As they got closer to the Hokage Tower, Naruto growled to himself as he flipped a page in his book. I swear, Shinso, if you were real, you'd be dead. He muttered as he read about how Shinso cheated on Shira again. And when the hell do we find out about Shira's big secret? If even Naruto reads this avidly, this book is sure to sell like crazy, Jiraiya thought. Smirking in satisfaction. According to him, women will be all over this, especially judging by how well I sold. Naruto said that this is even 10 times better than I. The duo stepped into the Hokage Tower and ascended the stair, up to the floor where Tsunade's office was located. Naruto couldn't, for the life of him, tear his eyes away from the book. He hardly even registered that they were already at Tsunade's office. Jiraiya knocked, and heard an irritated, enter. Coming from inside. He opened the door and stepped in, grinning widely. Tsunade, my sweet. We're back from our training trip. Tsunade, who'd been working on her massive amount of paperwork, looked up at the duo, her eyes wide. Jiraiya. Naruto. That's my name. Jiraiya said, still grinning. But don't wear it out, okay. Tsunade shot out of her chair and walked up to hug Naruto, but froze when she saw the book he was reading. Naruto, she whispered, a vein popping on her forehead. What the hell are you reading? Ika Tactics, Naruto answered calmly. It's a story about a poor woman who's in love with a jerk, who's supposed to be a hero, but the more I read, the more I hate the bastard, he muttered. Flipping another page in his book. Memorizing where he was, he snapped the book shut and put it in his kunai pouch, looking up at Tsunade. Don't worry, Ba-chan. Thanks to me, it's not just full of smut anymore. Now, it's a very good read, with a moderate amount of smut in it. I'm not a pervert, if that's what you think. In all honesty, Naruto was just as big a pervert as Jiraiya. But he was good enough to hide it, and knew how to act around women. Tsunade didn't need to know that, though. The blonde in question let out a sigh of relief, and immediately pulled the blonde in for a bone-crushing hug. It's good to have you back, brat, she said as she broke the hug, getting an eye smile from Naruto. It's good to be back, he said and glanced at a disgruntled Jiraiya, who was pretty upset that he hadn't gotten a hug. Well, we're here. Now can I go get me my well-deserved dango? Jiraiya glanced at Tsunade, who nodded. He smiled. Go ahead, Naruto. I'll brief Tsunade Heim. Naruto once more pulled out his book, waved, and then vanished in a swirl of leaves. He reappeared outside the Konoha dango shop, walking inside, and immediately spotting someone he recognized immediately. It was hard not to recognize the trench coat and the purple hair. Mitarashi Anko was sitting at a table, happily scarfing down dango. Sitting in front of her was none other than Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Taki. Taki had changed a lot in the last 3 years. She was now wearing black shinobi sandals, a long, black skirt with a slit up the side, and a black gi, with long, roomy sleeves. Underneath it, she wore a mesh shirt, and her hair was tied into a long braid, which reached down to her lower back. Another thing that Naruto noticed was the Konoha Hidai 8 tied around her neck. Kushina hadn't changed much, though. She wore a black kimono, and black shinobi sandals. As Naruto placed his order, he made eye contact with Taki, who went wide-eyed when she saw him, and immediately shot out of her seat, making Anko and Kushina jump in shock. The girl ran over to Naruto, a wide smile on her face. "Ni-san," she exclaimed as she reached the blonde, who smiled at her. "Taki. It's been a long time," he said pleasantly as he looked her over. "You've changed, a lot. Just your attire makes you look strong. Bet you're a pretty formidable fighter." Taki blushed at the praise as she smiled at her brother. "Benefits of having Anko as a sensei," she said with a shrug. Then, she smacked Naruto on the arm. Why didn't you tell me when you were leaving? She asked, pouting at him. I spent an entire day looking for you, only to find out from your sensei that you had already left. Naruto smiled apologetically. Sorry, Imouto, he said as his dango was served. I didn't really want too many people to know when I left. In fact, I didn't inform anyone, not even my own team. I let Ba-chan and Sarutobi-sensei handle that. Taki, however, adopted a stern look as she put her hands on her hips. Our mother is here, she said, and Naruto looked past her, to see that Kushina was staring at him from her spot at Anko's table. He nodded and looked at Taki again. I can see that, he said as he grabbed his plate with 10 sticks of dango on it. Taki still looked sternly at him. He raised an eyebrow in confusion. Are you gonna talk to her? Taki asked, getting a shrug from Naruto. Why not? He asked as he started walking towards Anko's table, Taki following. As they reached the table, Kushina immediately opened her mouth. Naruto, she whispered, getting Anko's attention. The snake user looked up at Naruto. A smirk appearing on her face when she saw how much he'd grown. Even though he was now 16, he looked more like he was 19. Naruto sat down next to Anko, while Taki sat down next to Kushina again. They sat in silence for a few seconds, Naruto separating the bandages in front of his mouth so that he could eat without taking it all off, and stripped a whole dango stick in one chomp. Swallowing, he raised an eyebrow at Kushina, who was just gaping rather stupidly at him. Then, he looked at Taki, who was glancing between him and Kushina. Then, he looked at Anko, who was doing the same. Spatula, he said suddenly, hearing Kushina's mouth snap shut as Anko and Taki looked at him like he was crazy. Calmly, he shrugged and took out his Ika again. The uncomfortable silence was really getting to me. I had to break it. He looked around the table again. So, what's new? Naruto, Kushina said again. Yeah, striking up a conversation isn't really easy, is it? Naruto asked with a chuckle. I mean, what could we possibly say to break this annoying tension between us? He looked carefree with his nose buried in his book, but anyone who really knew him would see that he was tense. Taki smiled. Oh, I heard you were gonna be given a Junin exam, she said, getting an eye smile from Naruto. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure I'll ace the genjutsu portion. I can detect and dispel them no problem. It's using them that I have trouble with. I'm sure you'll do great, Taki said, still smiling. Naruto shrugged. We'll see, he said as he got up, having finished his dango. Well, I gotta head off. Time to meet my team. Haven't seen them yet. We were the first ones you came to see. Kushina asked, shocked. She had not expected that. Not really, Naruto said, shaking his head. You guys were third on my list. You just happened to be here when I got my dango, which was first on my list. Well, good luck in the exam, Ni-san, Taki said as she waved at Naruto, who walked away, waving as well. Training Ground 7. Inuzuka Kiba, now Chunin, dressed in black sandals, black pants, and a Chunin vest, was sitting in front of Nara Shikamaru, a shogi board between them. Kakashi was sitting on a rock beside them, occasionally looking up from his Ika eye to watch the game. Kiba had his face set in a look of deep concentration, while Shikamaru looked bored. Slowly, Kiba reached for his gold, then froze and looked up at Shikamaru, then back down at the board again, retracting his hand. He'd been repeating that for the last 15 minutes. Reaching for a new piece every time. You know, Naruto took only 5 minutes at most to think of a move, Shikamaru muttered as he stretched. Shut up, Kiba said, growling. Akamaru, who'd grown, a lot, to the size of a tiger, growled as well, while Shikamaru just looked bored. Suddenly, a voice made all three of them, even Kakashi, jump in surprise. Your knight can take his gold, Kiba. Kiba's head whipped around so fast. Naruto, who was standing behind him, was surprised his neck didn't snap. Naruto! Kiba exclaimed as he shot to his feet, engulfing Naruto in a man hug. You're back. Naruto broke the hug right before it broke the 3-second rule, grinning. It's been a while, Kiba. Chunin yet. You know it. Naruto patted Kiba on the shoulder. I knew you'd do it, he said, before looking down at Shikamaru. Yo, Shika. Ready for some real competition. I hope you've been training, Naruto, Shikamaru said with a smile as he stood up, shaking Naruto's hand. Naruto gave him a thumbs up, then looked to Kakashi. It's good to see you again, sensei. Likewise, Naruto, Kakashi said, stuffing his book into his kunai pouch. How are you? Just great, now that I'm back, Naruto said with a grin. Then, his eyes widened. Oh, right, a present for you, sensei, he said as he reached into his kunai pouch. He took out a new issue of Ika Ika Tactics, and handed it over to Kakashi, who went wide-eyed. The latest in the Ika Ika series. Kakashi went wide-eyed. This isn't supposed to be out for another 3 weeks. Well, Eros Sennin gave me 2 copies, and I only need 1, Naruto said. Shrugging. It's excellent, if I do say so myself. Kakashi smiled. I hope it picks up where it left off in I. Naruto nodded. Both Shinso and Shira are returning, yeah. Oi, Naruto, Kiba said. Getting his teammates' attention. I heard a rumor that you were returning yesterday. Naruto gave an eye smile. Oh, so sorry. A black cat crossed our path when we headed out of Lightning Country. So we had to take the long way here. Kiba and Shikamaru's sweat dropped, while Kakashi smiled proudly, flicking open his Ika at the same time as Naruto. So, you're gonna take the Junin exam now that you're back? Kakashi asked, getting a nod from Naruto. Of course, I have a little more experience now. Naruto grinned. And I'd like to think that I'm more than strong enough to be a Junin. Suddenly, Naruto heard a loud bark, and turned his head, and found himself staring at the tiger-sized Akamaru. His jaw dropped. Holy crap, Akamaru, he asked, getting a happy bark from the dog. What the hell has Kiba been feeding you? Steroids. Akamaru just barked happily, and then pounced on the blonde redhead, knocking him to the ground. The next day. Alright, Naruto, are you ready? Tsunade was at Training Ground 7, with Naruto, Kakashi, Kurenai, Guy, and the elders. Sarutobi was now among the elders, staring at Naruto with a proud smile on his face. The two had agreed that they'd meet at the Hokage monument after the test to get reacquainted. As ready as I'll ever be, Naruto said with a nod. Tsunade returned the nod. The first portion of the test will be a ninjutsu test. You will go through a ninjutsu-only battle with Hitaki Kakashi. You have to last 5 minutes. Immediately after those 5 minutes are up, Yuichi Kurenai will be up next, followed by Maida Guy 5 minutes after that. No break, Naruto asked as Kakashi jumped away from the sidelines, to land in front of him, lifting his Hitai 8. Naruto followed his lead, raising his own Hitai 8 to reveal his bionic eye. Closing his normal one. The two stood there, staring at each other in silence, while Tsunade raised her hand. Hajime. Kakashi immediately started flashing through hand seals, Naruto doing the same. Kaden. Ryuka no Jutsu. Naruto called out, finished his chain of seals before Kakashi, and puffing out his cheeks, before blowing a huge fire dragon at his sensei, seemingly engulfing him. However, Naruto smirked. That trick won't work on me. He exclaimed as he jumped into the air, just as a hand shot out of the ground beneath him. Naruto flashed through another set of seals. Kaden. Gukakyu no Jutsu. He blew a huge ball of fire down at the spot where the hand was sticking up. It crashed into the ground, exploding it, along with the hand. However, Naruto just smirked as he landed. And a fire dragon soared at him from behind. Another Kakashi was standing behind him. The other had only been a Kage Bunshin. Naruto smirked, flashing through more seals. Sweden. Sujin Heki. Out of the ground, a wall of water shot up, surrounding the Chunin. The dragon crashed into the wall, shrouding the area in steam. Naruto stood there, searching his surroundings for Kakashi. When he saw someone behind him, and managed to duck underneath a back spin kick, courtesy of Guy. Oi, it hasn't been 5 minutes yet. Naruto exclaimed as he raised his arms, blocking another kick. Sorry for deceiving you, Naruto-kun. However, a Junin must be able to deal with the unexpected, and sometimes with several strong opponents at once. Tricked me, Naruto asked, pushing Guy away. And then coming at him with a kick to the head, which was blocked. He followed this up, though, with a flurry of punches and kicks. Guy's eyes widened when, in the middle of a barrage of kicks, Naruto created a Kage Bunshin. And they both started flashing through hand seals, turning around to look at Kakashi, who was behind him, on top of the water of the river, flashing through seals as well. Suiden, Suiryuden no Jutsu. Kakashi called, summoning forth a large mass of water from the river, which formed into a huge water dragon that charged at Naruto. Kaden, Zukoku Fire Element, Head Mincing Pain. The real Naruto called, and fired a massive blast of fire at Kakashi, while his clone finished his seals as well. Fuden, Atsugai Wind Element, Pressure Damage. Kakashi's eyes widened as Naruto's clone blew a large mass of wind into the fire attack, amplifying the power of the attack. The fire, burning everything in its path, crashed into the water dragon, turning it into steam as it continued charging at Kakashi, whose eyes widened even more. Naruto didn't have time to see what happened to Kakashi, as he had to duck under a vicious kick from Guy. Then, however, his eyes widened. He was shocked to find a tree shooting out of the ground behind him, branches growing out to wrap around him, holding him in place. Genjutsu. Kurenai suddenly grew out of the tree, holding a kunai at Naruto's throat, while Kakashi and Guy landed in front of him, both of them holding a kunai as well. It's over, Kakashi said, smiling. You lasted pretty long, though. Over? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. A grin was apparent on his face, which confused Naruto. I don't think so. Kakashi and Guy both turned around, to find Naruto standing some distance away, his hands in a ram seal. Bunshin Baku's shadow clone explosion. The Naruto trapped at the tree suddenly started glowing, and then exploded, sending the three wide-eyed Junins flying. As the three Junins landed, a Naruto appeared in front of each of them, flashing through hand seals. Kaden, Fuden Kanbi Jutsu, Gukuro no Jutsu Fire Element Wind Element Combination Technique, Hellfire Prison Technique. All three exclaimed at once, thrusting their hands out. A ball of fire, enhanced by wind, surrounded the three Junins, who went wide-eyed inside their prisons. Gukuro no Jutsu? Kakashi asked. Never heard of it. Of course you haven't, sensei, Naruto said with a smirk. I invented it. Enough. Tsunade blurred into view, standing where the clone had exploded. Very good, Naruto. The test is over. Naruto smiled as he and his clones released the prisons holding the Junins, before the clones poofed away, the real Naruto standing over Kakashi. The elders and I will discuss your performance. And decide whether or not you are to be promoted, Tsunade explained, nodding to the Junins and Naruto. Dismissed. With that, she and the elders blurred away, along with Guy and Kurenai, while Kakashi got to his feet. Smiling. That was some jutsu, Naruto, he said as he patted Naruto on the shoulder. Come on. I'll take you and the others out for a celebratory dinner. We haven't had kibas yet. He wanted to wait until you got back. Naruto grinned. Free dinner. Sweet. Kakashi just chuckled as the two disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Barbecue joint. Kiba's gleeful laughter reverberated throughout the barbecue joint. Man, the best food in life is free food. Especially a free all-you-can-eat meal. I'm glad to see that you haven't changed much, Kibs, Naruto said with a smile as he chewed on a dango stick. Waiting for the meat to get ready. So, what's new in this village? Well, I don't know if you've heard, but Sasuke left the village, Shikamaru said, to which Naruto nodded. Yeah, I heard, he said. I also heard that you two were part of the retrieval team. Shikamaru sighed. Yeah, my first mission as team leader failed. But it's understandable, Kiba said with a shrug. I mean, we didn't have enough people. Even if Lee came near the end, we still didn't have enough. Everyone were occupied with fighting an enemy, and we couldn't send anyone after Sasuke before he managed to cross the border. That sucks, Naruto said, getting nods from his teammates. Other than that, nothing much has changed, Kakashi said, flipping a page in his Ika tactics. Well, apart from the fact that they put Tsunade-sama's head on the monument. And how was training? Shikamaru asked, glancing at Naruto, who shrugged. So, Naruto said. Eros Sennin was a low-T more of the learn-yourself type of teacher. He'd give me instructions, and then go off to spy on a hot spring, or something like that. Speaking of which, Kiba said, grinning now. It's mixed bath day today. A grin identical to Kiba's appeared on Naruto's face. I smell a male bonding coming up. So, 2 hours later, Team 7, including Kakashi this time, could be found relaxing in the hot springs. They were disappointed, however. That there were no women in there when they arrived. I just hope we don't run into my mom and sister again, Naruto muttered as he enjoyed the warmth of the water. That can really ruin the experience. Hey, how did your exam go? Did you get your promotion? Kiba asked, getting a shrug from Naruto. I don't know yet. Ba-chan and the elders are gonna discuss my performance, and blah, blah, blah. I probably won't find out for a week. Don't worry, Naruto, Kakashi said with an eye smile, his face covered by a towel. That's just official procedure. UW. Air selected for Junin before you even left. Are we hitting the bar later? Kiba asked, to which Naruto raised an eyebrow. I didn't know you were allowed to drink, Kiba. Are you kidding me? Kiba asked, grinning. My mom took me to the bar when I was 14. Claimed it'd help me build up character. The bartender was pretty shocked to see a mom dragging her son into the bar, instead of out of it. The next day, the team had went to the bar, and Naruto had found out how his teammates acted when they were drunk. Shikamaru became even lazier, Kiba became a flirt, flirting with any woman who came within 3 feet of him. And Kakashi, well, he didn't really change much. He just became a little more talkative, had a slight slur in his voice, and read less Ika Ika. Kiba had drunk so much, he could hardly walk. So Naruto had agreed to walk him home. After that, all was black. Therefore, Naruto was pretty shocked to find himself in a bed that wasn't his own, with an unfamiliar weight on his chest. Looking down, his eyes widened, seeing the peacefully sleeping face of Inuzuka Hana. Normally, he would have just assumed that they both just fell asleep, if it wasn't for the fact that they were both naked. And a strong smell of sex was in the room. Oh, shit. The noise woke Hana up, and she stretched lazily, looking up at him. Good morning, she said with a smile, crawling up to kiss him. However, she raised an eyebrow when she saw the shocked look on Naruto's face. Let me guess, last night is just black for you. Naruto nodded wordlessly, and Hana smiled again. Understandable. You were pretty drunk last night. After all, Kiba's gonna kill me, Naruto muttered finally, to which Hana chuckled. I doubt it. He talks a lot, Kiba. His bark is much worse than his bite, I can assure you. He wouldn't kill someone he considers a brother. Threaten you, maybe, but not kill. How can you be so calm about this? Naruto asked, still in slight shock. Hana shrugged and laid down on Naruto's chest again, smirking. I'm his older sister. My little brother doesn't have a say in what I do. Maybe you don't have anything to worry about, but I do. There's the teammate rule. Hana scoffed. Teammate rule? No one follows that rule anymore. It's obsolete. Are you sure he's going to be alright with this? What's this, exactly? Hana asked curiously. Honestly, I have no idea what should happen now, Naruto mumbled. Stumped. Hana smiled and placed a soft kiss on his lips. How about we just go on a date, and see what happens? Naruto thought it over, then nodded. Yeah, that actually sounds like a good idea. Good, it's settled then, Hana said calmly and laid her head down on Naruto's chest again. Now, I'm sure we can get another hour of sleep in before MT. Kiba erupts. Later. Team 7 know how. Lesson 24, to quell Inuzuka Kiba's anger, buy him barbecue. My shishter, Kiba muttered through a mouthful of meat, glaring at Naruto, who sat across from him in the booth, his arms crossed. Naruto cleared his throat. Yes, Kiba, your sister. You've said that 15 times now. How could you, man? Kiba asked after swallowing his food. I mean, it's my sister. Hey, it's not like it was just a one-night thing. Naruto defended. I honestly like your sister, and what happened last night made it clear that she really likes me as well, and we have agreed to go on a date, and see what happens. Kiba crossed his arms, still glaring at Naruto. It was quiet for a while, and Naruto started sweating. Kiba's unblinking glare was a little unnerving. Kiba, I'd really like you to approve of this, Naruto said. Breaking the silence. Besides, if all goes well, and we get married, Kami be willing, you and I will really be brothers. Kiba's glare softened at that. You're really gonna go for this, are you? Kibs, I don't want to be alone the rest of my life, and I have to admit, Hana is among the top 10 choices of women I can see a future with, and she doesn't see me as a demon. Kiba hummed. I need some time to think about this, he said, then raised his hand. Hey, waiter, 2 full-course meals. And pile on the rice. Oh oi, Naruto exclaimed, since it was his wallet that was gonna suffer. Kiba gave him a steely gaze, and Naruto sighed. Right, go ahead. Later, Naruto was standing in Tsunade's office, about to receive the result of his exam. With him was Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mitokado Homura, and Udatane Kaharu. Uzumaki Naruto, Tsunade said, and Naruto straightened up as she held out a Junin vest, which looked exactly the same as his Chunin vest. Due to your outstanding performance in your evaluation, on missions, and in the practical exam, I'm happy to promote you to the rank of Junin. Wear the vest with pride. Don't make us regret this, Kaharu spoke. Show us that we were right to promote you. Don't worry, Naruto said as he took off his vest, putting on the new one. I'm not planning on doing anything to disgrace the rank of Junin. Now, I'd like a word with my new Junin in private, Tsunade said, glancing at the elders. If you don't mind. Kaharu and Homura nodded, leaving the office, while Sarutobi stayed behind. Can he stay? Naruto asked, gesturing for Sarutobi, getting a nod from Tsunade. I only wanted Kaharu and Homura to leave. They would have objected to this right away, since they still seem to belie. Naruto is a child who needs to be protected at all times. So, it has something to do with Akatsuki, then? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow, to which Tsunade nodded. I'm putting together a special group. Called the Niju Shoutai 20 platoons. It consists of 24-man teams, 2 Junin and 2 Chunin in each. Their job is to hunt down and capture or kill any Akatsuki that crosses the Fire Country border. Seeing the hopeful look on Naruto's face, she interrupted him before he could so much as open his mouth. This, however, doesn't mean that you won't be doing normal missions. You will do those as well. But any Niju Shoutai mission takes priority over the one you might be on. I can see why you didn't want Kaharu and Homura in here. You want Team Kakashi to be part of the Niju Shoutai? Sarutobi asked, and Tsunade nodded. Yes, Naruto, I want you to inform your team of this. Will do, Naruto said with a nod. Will that be all, Ba-chan? Sarutobi snickered, while Tsunade twitched, then nodded. Yes, that'll be all. Now get the hell out of my office. Come on, Naruto-kun, Sarutobi said, patting Naruto on the shoulder. Let's get some dango. Later, dango shop. Man, it's good to be back. Naruto said as he chewed on a dango stick, looking out into the street. He was sitting at a table near the entrance, so he could get a good look at the outside. It's great to have you back, Naruto. Sarutobi said with a smile. You've grown even more. I know, I'm even more dashingly handsome now, Naruto said, grinning as he took out his Aika, flipping it open. Sarutobi smirked at Naruto. So, Inuzuka Hana, She's one hell of a woman, Naruto said with a wistful sigh. I'd tell you that she's too old for you, or that you're too young, but I'd most likely get insulted for it. So I'm just gonna stay quiet and eat my dango, Sarutobi said, getting a nod of approval from Naruto, who decided to change the subject. So, how are you enjoying retirement? It's great, Sarutobi said in a tone that indicated that it was anything but great. I get to sit in a room with my annoying teammates for an hour every day, discussing Tsunade's performance, with an occasional visit from Danzo. It's fun. 3 days later. Yo, Naruto. Naruto, sitting on top of the Hokage monument, overlooking the village, looked back to see Kakashi standing behind him, looking down at him curiously. What's up? Naruto looked back down at the Rasengan in his hand, shrugging. I'm just trying to figure out how to mix my elemental chakra into the Rasengan, he said. Even Tu-san and yourself failed to do it. Throughout the last year of my training, I focused solely on trying to mix them, but it's way harder than I expected. Yeah, I know what you mean, Kakashi said, TTING down next to Naruto and staring at the Rasengan. It's not the mixing itself that's hard, but focusing on both mixing and maintaining it at the same time. Yeah, the two sat there for near 10 minutes. Just staring at the Rasengan and trying to come up with a solution for the problem. The problem is the focus, right? Kakashi asked as he held out his hand, holding it over the Rasengan. Let me try something, keep maintaining it. Naruto nodded and waited. Then, a spark shot out of the Rasengan, then another, and another. Then, it stopped as Kakashi pulled his hand away, humming. Left and right, he muttered to himself, causing Naruto to blink. Say what? Oh, nothing. Just a problem I heard from a kid the other day. He needed to weed out his mother's garden, but he also had to focus on making sure his cat didn't run away. He asked me to help him watch the cat while he worked, and when I asked why, he said, well, have you ever tried looking left and right at the same time? It's not easy, Kakashi explained. Making Naruto's eyes widen, since he realized that Kakashi's excuse for being late that time was actually true. As a joke, I just created a Kage Bunshin, and made it look right, while I looked left. That's your problem. You're trying to look left and right at the same time. You just need someone else to look left, while you look right. Naruto's jaw dropped at that. It was so simple. I can't believe that I never thought of that, Minato muttered in Naruto's head. Of course, seeing as sensei is dead, Kakashi said, then stopped and looked at Naruto's stomach, or rather, indisposed. You're probably the only one who could do it, with your chakra reserves. The Rasengan in Naruto's hand faded, and he leaned back with a sigh. Man, that was so simple. He complained, pouting behind his mask of bandages. I can't believe I've never thought of it before. But, why would you create a new jutsu like that? Kakashi asked, raising an eyebrow. The Ranran Dageki should be good enough. Shouldn't it? The Ranran Dageki is an excellent assassination jutsu, Naruto said as he sat up again. But the Rasengan, though classed as an assassination technique, is a jutsu of mass destruction. Wouldn't you say? It's not very stealthy. So, I want the Dageki for assassination, and an elemental Rasengan for mass destruction. That's true, Kakashi said, nodding. In a battlefield, facing multiple enemies, a mass destruction jutsu would be good. Listen up. Tsunade was standing on the roof of the Hokage tower, with the Niju Shoutai in front of her, standing at attention. On her right was Shizune, and on her left was a monk from the Fire Temple. 2 Akatsuki members have been spotted in the Fire Country. They attacked the Fire Temple, presumably looking for the Kyuubi. The Niju Shoutai was assembled for exactly this reason. Excuse me, Hokage-sama, Asuma said, raising his hand. At the Fire Temple, there's a man, Chiriku. What happened to him? Tsunade's eyes turned sad as she looked at the monk, who looked like he was barely keeping himself from bursting into tears. Chiriku-sama was killed by them. Asuma's eyes widened in shock at hearing that. Naruto looked at him sympathetically. During his time training under the Sandaime, he'd gotten to know Asuma, and learned that he used to be part of the 12 ninja guardians, who protected the daimyo. Chiriku of the Fire Temple was also part of the 12, and was a very good friend of Asuma. Kami knows how Naruto would have reacted if he found out that Kiba or Shikamaru had died. Asuma kept his emotions in check surprisingly well. For the sake of Konoha's prestige, and above all else, the safety of the Fire Country, we can't allow these people to move freely. I also want to know what they are after. But these are dangerous opponents. Do not let them leave the country. Find them, no matter what. And if you can't capture them, kill them. Hokage-sama, Junin Rado said, raising his hand. One of their objectives is no doubt to get the Kyuubi. Is it really so smart to send Naruto and his team out? Naruto scoffed, crossing his arms. Try and stop us, Kiba said cockily, grinning widely. Before exchanging high fives with Naruto. What he said, Naruto said, gesturing for Kiba. Now, if there's nothing else, Tsunade said, raising her hand. Dismissed. The shinobi on the rooftop dashed off at once. Team 7 following Team Asuma, consisting of Asuma, Choji, Izumo and Katetsu. Asuma-sensei, Naruto said as they dashed out of the gates of Konoha. Would you like to start your search at the Fire Temple? You sure you don't want to do that? Asuma asked, and Naruto shook his head. Kakashi, running alongside Naruto, with Kiba and Shikamaru behind them, smiled at Asuma. We think it'd be best for you to see him, one last time, yeah. Asuma smiled as well. Thanks, Kakashi, Naruto. Later, Asuma-sensei, Naruto said, and with a hand sign, Team 7 broke off from Team Asuma, dashing into the woods. Kakashi looked at Naruto strangely as they tree-hopped. What are you thinking, Naruto? I didn't want to bring this up to Asuma-sensei, but Chiriku has a 30 million Ryu bounty on the black market. Naruto said, thinking hard. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. Bounty? Shikamaru asked, humming. If the Akatsuki knew about the bounty, then they would probably take his body to an exchange point, right? Kiba finished, getting a nod from Kakashi. Team 7 stopped on a branch, and Kakashi looked around. Who has fire? I do, Kiba said, digging his hand into his kunai pouch and taking out a red pocket book, with the kanji for Fire Country on it. He opened it, and started skimming through it. Exchange point, aha. He stopped at a page and looked it over. Konoha has so far discovered 5 exchange points located in Fire Country. Naruto nodded, digging into his pouch and taking out a scroll and a pen, jotting down something, then rolling it up and biting his thumb. Going through some hand seals. Kuchio's no jutsu, he called, pressing his hand against the branch. With a poof of smoke, Pakun appeared, striking a ridiculous pose. Hello. You called for me, so I came as quickly as I could. Pakun-sama has arrived. Team 7 showed its teamwork by sweat dropping in perfect sync. Pakun, Naruto muttered, holding out the scroll. Take this to Konoha. Make sure they send out the message as fast as possible. Got it, Pakun said, turning serious. He took the scroll in his mouth, then dashed off back to Konoha. So, we're finally facing off against Akatsuki. Huh? Kiba asked a little nervously. Shikamaru nodded. Are we all ready for this? As ready as I'll ever be, Naruto confirmed, getting a nod of agreement from Shikamaru and Kakashi. Alright. Then, shall we go to the nearest exchange point? Let's. Later. Team 7 stopped on a branch where the forest stopped, looking over a big, white building made of cement. On the stairs in front of the front doors of the building sat a white-haired man in an Akatsuki cloak, a huge, 3-bladed scythe on his back, looking annoyed. He's alone. His partner is probably inside, Shikamaru said, rubbing his chin. Alright, here's the plan. The Akatsuki member, sitting on the stairs, sniffed the collar of his cloak. I spent all of 5 minutes in that shithole. And my clothes still reek. He heard someone walking behind him, and grunted. Finally. Took you long enough, he said as he looked back, only to see someone who wasn't his partner. Kiba was standing there, Akamaru at his side. He grinned as he hurled 3 shuriken at the man, who spun around while drawing his scythe, deflecting the shuriken, then sending the scythe flying at Kiba, who barely dodged in time. The speed was insane. The Akatsuki's eyes widened when he found that he couldn't move. Looking up, he saw Shikamaru sitting on the roof of the building, his shadow stretching down to connect with his own. Too late, Shikamaru said with a smirk. Just then, Kakashi and Naruto appeared on either side of the Akatsuki, Reikiri in Kakashi's hand, and Ranran Dageki in Naruto's. The TWO punched their hands through the Akatsuki, Kakashi's hand piercing through the side of his chest, and Naruto's piercing through the side of his abdomen. Hey, one down, Kiba said with a grin. The grin disappeared, however. When the Akatsuki just looked disgruntled. That hurt, damn it. What's your problem? Team 7 went wide-eyed at that, and Naruto and Kakashi were thoroughly confused. A total of 4 vitals had been hit with that attack. What are you? Kakashi asked, still wide-eyed. Are you immortal? Now you get it, the Akatsuki said, obviously bored. And who are you guys? Watch the hit I ate, numbskull, Naruto said. Glaring at the man. We're Konoha Shinobi. We came to stop and wipe out all you Akatsuki bastards. We know you work in 2-man teams, Kakashi continued. So we decided to take out one of you first. You obviously possess great skills. The man chuckled in amusement. Well, let me tell you, you guys fucked up on the order. Naruto's bionic eye, which had been searching for the other guy, made him go wide-eyed. Shikamaru. Behind you. Shikamaru, shocked, just then felt the presence of someone behind him, and dodged just in time for a fist to smash into the roof where he'd been just a millisecond earlier. Dodging, however, broke the cage main on the Akatsuki, so Naruto and Kakashi, as quick as they could, pulled their hands out of him, and dashed away, along with Kiba. Grouping up with Shikamaru some distance away. Right in the middle of things surprisingly, money came looking for you, Hidan, the new guy said. He was a very intimidating man, wearing a face mask and a tacky headband. His eyes, however, have black sclera, and sickly green irises. Kakuzu, don't interfere, the immortal, Hidan, said, glaring at the Konoha ninjas. These guys will be my ceremonial offerings. You handle the money, he said as he put his foot down on a puddle of blood, and started drawing a circle on the ground. In that case, it's fine. Just leave the blonde one alive. He is the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Don't let your guard down, or you'll die. Hidan chuckled. Why are you telling me that? If they can actually kill me, I want them to kill me. It's impossible, after all. By now, Hidan had made a triangle within the circle, grinning widely. They want me alive, remember? Naruto whispered to his team. This guy obviously has insane skills, so it's best if I take him head on. Once I'm distracting him, you bind him with Kage Nui, Shika. And me? Kakashi asked. Until we can get a good scope on his abilities, it's best if we wear ourselves out slowly, Shikamaru said, agreeing with Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, you don't have the best of stamina. You keep an eye on that Kakuzu guy, and make sure he doesn't interfere. Kiba, if Naruto gets into trouble, I need you and Akamaru to back him up. Copy Ninja, Hitaki Kakashi, Kakuzu spoke in his dark, intimidating voice, which sent shivers down Team 7's spines. It was like his words were dripping with blood. 60 million Ryu for the body in Iwa. And another 40 million for your Sharingan. Well, they've succeeded in creeping us out, Kiba muttered. Alright, here I go, Shikamaru, Naruto said, and Shikamaru nodded. Naruto took out a three-pronged kunai and charged at Hidan, who grinned widely. The two clashed, making Naruto go wide-eyed when he noticed that Hidan had no need for defense in his moves. The scythe came at him with wild abandon, and Naruto was hard-pressed to dodge an attack. Growling, Naruto jumped back and launched the kunai at Hidan, who deflected it. That kunai was soon followed by 5 others. All of which Hidan deflected, scattering them around him in boredom. Are you really a Junin? Hidan asked, yawning as Naruto took out a new kunai. I mean, you're fighting like a genin. Naruto grinned. And all the warning Hidan got was a growl from Kakuzu, who recognized the kunai. Hidan. Before he'd even finished calling out to his partner, Naruto had flashed away, appariing behind Hidan and kicking him in the back. Hidan, surprised, grunted and spun, only for Naruto to disappear and deliver another attack to his back. This went on, Naruto flashing back and forth from kunai to kunai. While Hidan slashed at him wildly, getting more and more annoyed by the second. Then, however, Hidan's eyes widened when he felt a pain in his wrist, and looked down to see that a shadow had risen from the ground, piercing through his wrist and wrapping around it. Then, 15 other tendrils of shadow rose from the ground, and Hidan only had a split second to react before they all pierced his body and limbs, keeping him restrained. Go, Naruto, Shikamaru said, straining from the amount of strength it took to keep this guy down. Naruto nodded, holding up his hand. Kase no Yaiba blade of wind. He whispered as wind started gathering around his hand. Unseen to the naked eye, but visible to Kakashi and Naruto, who had chakra-seeing eyes, a long blade of wind chakra hand formed in Naruto's hand. And he charged at Hidan. Oh oi, Kakuzu. Don't just stand there. Hidan yelled. Help me, oh you. Blood splattered on the ground as Hidan's head was lopped off, flying away from his body. Propelled by the wind surrounding the blade and rolling away as it thumped into the ground. Kakuzu just stared at the head, looking bored. Didn't I tell you not to let your guard down? Shikamaru. You let the Kage Nui on the headless body go, and retracted his shadow. One more to go. If you wanted me to help, you should have asked earlier, Kakuzu told the head, getting strange looks from the members of Team 7. Fuck you, Kakuzu. The head suddenly yelled, making the Konoha shinobi go wide-eyed. You did it on purpose. Naruto stared down at the head, wide-eyed. You were the one who told me not to interfere from the start, and now, as a goddamn head, you're giving me crap. Hidan stopped at that, and cleared his throat, however that worked. I might have told you not to interfere, and I might have told you all those things. But it's not like I was trying to embarrass you, or make you look bad. When Kakuzu just stared, Hidan plastered on a sickeningly sweet smile. Kakuzu-chan, bring my body to me, will ya? Pretty please with sugar on top. Kakuzu stared for another moment, and then blurred away, reappearing by the head. He leaned down and picked it up by the hair, getting a yell of pain. Gah, damn it, Kakuzu. My body. I said, bring me my body. Your head's lighter, Kakuzu said calmly. Ouch. Ow, ow, ow. Hey, Kakuzu. Don't pull my hair out. If you're gonna complain about the pain, complain about your neck instead, Kakuzu muttered, his left eye twitching in irritation. You stupid prick, Hidan growled. My neck isn't even in the same league. This is more than just an injury. He directed a glare at Naruto. This freaking hurts, damn you. Cutting off my head like that. This hurts like hell, you bastard. Even if he's still living, in that condition he's harmless if he isn't connected to a body. Even as an immortal, he can't do anything like that, Shikamaru said, smirking, while Naruto was just locked in a staring contest with Kakuzu. Your move, Naruto told Kakuzu, who blurred away. Naruto, anticipating the attack from behind after seeing Kakuzu's previous show of speed, hurled a three-pronged kunai at his team, which was caught by Kiba, at the same time as he flashed away to a kunai next to Hidan's body, grabbing it and flashing back to his team. Now what? Kiba asked. We need that head, Kakashi said. If we have both the body and the head, we know that Hidan is neutralized. And can focus on Kakuzu. Same drill, Shikamaru said. Only this time, all three of you go, but keep your distance. We still don't know what this bastard can do. Very good, Kakuzu said. Here, let me make it easier for you. With that, Kakuzu tossed Hidan's head at them, ignoring the cries of protest. He then set the briefcase in his other hand down on the ground. Oi, Kakuzu! Hidan cried as he rolled to a stop at Naruto's feet. What the fuck are you doing, you fucking bastard? You're annoying, shut up, Kakuzu said as he stared at the Konoha ninjas. Now, unlike my moronic partner, I do not underestimate my opponents. Because of that you will regret ever getting out of bed this morning. Let's go, Naruto, Kiba. Kakashi said, dashing forward. Kiba grinned as Akamaru performed the Jujin Bunshin. The two jumped into the air and started spinning. Gatsuga. Kakuzu grunted as Kiba and Akamaru smashed into him, kicking up a cloud of dust. Naruto and Kakashi, who'd just been about to reach Kakuzu, jumped back to avoid getting hit. Soon, Kiba and Akamaru came shooting out of the dust, landing next to Naruto. This is weird, Kiba muttered. He didn't even try to dodge. He used a jutsu in there, Naruto said, his eye having looked at what happened in the dust, which was beginning to clear. It covered him in chakra, but I don't know what it did. Whatever he did, it felt like I smashed into steel. A powerful attack, came Kakuzu's voice as the smoke cleared, to show that his skin was now black, and he didn't have a scratch on him. However, no physical attacks can harm me. Only now did Kakuzu notice something. Kakashi was nowhere to be seen. Just then, the ground behind Kakuzu broke, and Kakashi shot out of it, punching a Raikiri through Kakuzu's back. Kakuzu grunted in pain, his eyes screwed shut as Kakashi's hand broke out of his chest. How? Kakuzu wheezed out. The seals you used for this technique were earth-based, the weakness of lightning. You were unfortunate to have me as your opponent, Kakashi said. Kakuzu tried to move, but failed, his eyes slowly closing. Then, he stopped breathing, slumping. Kakashi pulled his hand out of him and let him drop to the ground. Way to go, sensei. Kiba cheered with a grin. Got your heart, huh? Hidan's head asked, laying by Shikamaru's side. Man, you suck, getting his after acting all cool like that. Let's, Kakashi started, but was abruptly cut off as Kakuzu suddenly shot to his feet, and kicked Kakashi in the chest, sending him flying. Sensei. Shikamaru. Kiba and Naruto cried as Kakashi smashed into the ground, slowly rolling to a stop, where he slowly pushed himself to his feet. That kick had been horrifyingly powerful, stronger than one of Guy's punches. So, you bypassed my iron skin, Kakuzu said as he started unbuttoning his cloak. Congratulations, Kakashi. But the gloves are off now. With that, Kakuzu threw off his cloak, making Team 7 go wide-eyed. His entire body was riddled with stitches, and on his back were 4 strange masks sewn to his skin, one of which was completely torn up, thanks to Kakashi's Raikiri. Kakuzu leaned forward and let out a strained growl as the skin on his back started bulging. Then, the stitches broke, a huge mass of black tendrils shot out of his back, along with the masks, slowly taking a somewhat humanoid form at Kakuzu's sides. What the fuck is this guy? Kiba asked, horrified. Suddenly, one of the creatures, the one with the broken mask, let out a dying noise as it slumped to the ground, turning into black liquid. Naruto. Yeah, life's a fleeting, you know. Kiba said, gulping. If we make it out of this, I'm giving you permission to date my sister. Naruto smiled. Thanks, man. I'd give you permission to date mine. But I hear she's getting chummy with Shikamaru. Hey, I've got my eyes set on Hinata, anyway. With this, Kakuzu said, putting his hands in a ram's seal, it's over. Don't give him time to attack. Naruto exclaimed, going through 3 lightning-fast seals, charging up another Ranran Dageki and charging one of the creatures, whose mask just opened its mouth. Fuden. Too slow. Naruto exclaimed as he flashed away, to the kunai which was conveniently located right in front of the creature, and punching his hand through the creature's mask, making Kakuzu go wide-eyed. He saw Kiba using Gatsuge, heading for another creature. Seeing this, he went through seals to perform another jutsu, but Naruto was on his right away, engaging him in a taijutsu battle. One creature dodged Kiba's Gatsuga over and over, while the other dodged Kakashi's surprise Reikiri from behind. Oi, 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 Hidan muttered. Kakuzu is getting the snot kicked out of him. He's right, Shikamaru muttered. You really are annoying. Hey, Hidan tried to cuss him out, but Shikamaru rammed a cloth into his mouth, then ran off to get closer to the fighters. Naruto exchanged punches and kicks with Kakuzu grunting every time he blocked a strike, which felt like stopping a raging bull. He didn't like the confident look on Kakuzu's face. It was like he wasn't even fighting seriously. Turned out that he wasn't. When Naruto blocked a hook to the face, he was surprised to see Kakuzu's arm breaking off at the elbow, held together by black tendrils. The arm swung around Naruto's block and connected with his cheek, sending him crashing into the ground. He wasn't given time to think about what had just happened, as he had to roll away from a stomp. Growling, he swept Kakuzu's feet out from under him, and followed through with an axe kick to the chest. Kakuzu was quick to recover, however, shrugging off the blow and flipping to his feet, along with Naruto. Why, you little, Kakuzu stopped, finding that he couldn't move. What the? Gotcha, came Shikamaru's voice. Kage main no jutsu is a success. Nice one, Shika, Naruto said, panting slightly. Every muscle in his body was aching after that one. Looking around, he saw that Kakuzu's 2 creatures were also frozen. Can you move the back a little? I have a new jutsu I want to try out, and I need a little time. Kiba. Shikamaru called to the tired Inuzuka, who'd been attacking and dodging lightning attack that were thrown at him with wild abandon. I need a little chakra. Coming, Kiba said as he jogged over to Shikamaru. Followed by Kakashi, who'd received a look from Naruto. Kiba put his hands on Shikamaru's wrist and started pumping his chakra into him, helping to fuel the Kage main. Now, Shikamaru started to move backwards. The creatures and Kakuzu conveniently had their back toward each other, and mimicked Shikamaru's movements, until they were back to back. Now keep them there, Naruto said as a Kage Bunshin popped into existence next to him. He formed a Rasengan in his right hand, and the clone held his hand over it, filling it with wind chakra. Kakashi went wide-eyed at that. He's managed to complete it, he asked with a gasp. Naruto grinned as a high-pitched shriek started to fill the air. The Rasengan now had a shuriken made of wind around it, spinning fast and growing bigger and bigger. After a few tense seconds, the clone grinned. It's done, he exclaimed, then dispelled, while Naruto charged forward. Take this. Naruto yelled at Kakuzu as he stabbed his hand forward. Fuden. Rasen Shuriken. The Rasen Shuriken smashed into Kakuzu's chest, getting a cry of pain from the Akatsuki. It tore into his chest, and then propelled him away from Naruto, the wind kicking up a tornado of microscopic wind blades, which enveloped the 2 creatures as well. The tornado turned into a dome, which grew bigger and bigger. The wind was so powerful, Team 7 was almost blown off their feet. Even though they were nowhere near the giant dome. Hidan's head even started rolling away, which caused him to curse, though it was muffled by the cloth. Soon enough, the dome shrank and faded away, revealing a huge crater, which had taken a chunk of the building as well. Kakuzu and the creatures were suspended in mid-air, the attack still slicing them up. However, the creatures' masks turned to dust, and they melted into that strange, black liquid as well. Then, the attack stopped, letting Kakuzu fall to the ground, bleeding all over. Now that was one hell of a mass destruction jutsu. Kiba exclaimed, his eyes still wide with shock, getting a bark of agreement from Akamaru. They all looked at Naruto, to see that he was hunched over slightly, panting. His right hand and arm, up to his elbow, was completely torn up. Gushing blood. Man, I gotta learn to throw that thing, Naruto muttered, holding up his shaking right hand. This just won't do. That night, to Naruto's badass jutsu, Kiba said, raising his saucer of sake, as Team 7 sat in the bar, drinking to today's success. Naruto's right arm was in a cast, hanging uselessly from a sling. To Shikamaru's cage mane, Kakashi said, nodding in Shikamaru's direction as he raised his own saucer. To Kiba and Akamaru's Gatsuga, Shikamaru said, also raising his saucer. To Kakashi-sensei's Reikiri, Naruto said, grinning, also raising his own. To Team 7, the four said in unison, then downed their alcohol, Kakashi downing his so fast that they didn't even register when he started pulling down his mask. But man, that jutsu packed quite a punch, Naruto. Kiba said, grinning at the embarrassed blonde. Well, it hurt me as well. I have to learn to throw it. It'll be easier that way. Yeah, we wouldn't want Chio-sama to have to replace your right arm as well, Kakashi said with a chuckle. She's already made me a right arm, for just such an occasion, Naruto muttered. She's a very scary woman. Well, IRST brush with Akatsuki went down rather well, I'd say, Shikamaru said. No lasting injuries, and no casualties. And a prisoner, Kiba added. The T&I squad is gonna have a field day with that immortal freak. Oh, right, I almost forgot, I have something for you three, Kakashi said, reaching into his kunai pouch and taking out a scroll. Pushing his hand against a kanji, he summoned a gift-wrapped box, handing it to Naruto. Next, he summoned another box and handed it to a confused Kiba, followed by an intrigued Shikamaru. I felt these things were necessary to introduce the cool new generation. The three students, at Kakashi's prompting, opened the boxes, and gasped at what they saw. Naruto, from his box, took out a long coat, one eerily similar to the Yondaime's in design, only this one was dark orange. With black flames at the bottom, and the Uzumaki symbol on the back. Shikamaru had received a deerskin vest, much like the one his father wore, only Shikamaru's was newer, and less tattered. Kiba, however, got a black, sleeveless leather coat with a black wolf fur collar on it. Sensei, Kiba muttered, staring at the coat in awe. This. Naruto had already stood up and put on the coat with some difficulty due to his arm, admiring it with a huge grin on his face. This is awesome. Did you talk to my dad? Shikamaru asked, putting on the vest and running his fingers over the material. Yup, Kakashi said proudly as Kiba put on his coat as well. And I talked to Sum to see what kind of material you could wear that you wouldn't consider animal abuse. Anything that comes from a proper hunt is usable. Kiba said as he nuzzled his new collar with his cheek, then looked at Kakashi with huge, teary eyes. Sensei. Kakashi only had a split second to react, before he was hugged from two sides by two overly emotional students. Thank you, Kiba cried, anime tears flowing down his cheeks. This is the best gift I've ever fuck, my arm. Shikamaru just snickered from his position, far away from the hugging men. Thanks, sensei. Elsewhere, Hidan and Kakuzu have been defeated, the leader of the Akatsuki said, his projection looking over the other projections in the cave. Those two finally died, huh? Kisame asked, grinning. Who managed to take them out? The Kyuubi Jinchuriki and his team, the leader said. He is getting powerful. Too powerful. As expected, the one with one of his eyes covered by his hair said, nodding. He is the son of Iwa's most hated enemy, after all. So that's Hidan and Kakuzu gone, the leader said, then looked at the one with one eye covered again. Where is Sasori, Deidara? I don't know, Deidara said, shrugging. He was going to meet with his spy at Orochimaru's, but he hasn't come back, Something may have gone wrong. Find him. Will do, Itachi, Kisame, you will find the Yonbi. Our sources tell us that he has his village, along with the Gobi. Itachi was quiet, but he nodded. Now, the leader said. Staring down at the woman laying on the floor in front of them, time to seal the Nibi. The next day, Naruto was once more sitting in his favorite spot, on top of the Hokage monument, on the Yondaime's head. He was looking over the village with a smile on his face, looking like the spitting image of his father. He'd gotten a haircut, but his bangs were still there, framing his face much like the Yondaime's. And he'd dispensed with the bandages. As cool as they were really annoying. His arm was no longer as a cast, thanks to Megami's excellent healing. Are you going to keep watching me all day? Or are you going to come over and sit down? He spoke suddenly. Soon enough, he saw someone come into view in the corner of his eye, who sat down next to him. How long have you known I was here? Kushina asked, getting a chuckle from Naruto. Since you arrived 2 hours ago. I was wondering how long you'd be standing there. I heard you got into quite a fight yesterday. Kushina said after a few moments of silence. Naruto nodded. I'd say, I've got bruises that have got bruises. The two were quiet for a few minutes, neither having anything to say. Then, Naruto spoke up. You know, all my life I've wanted a mother, he said, laying down on the rock with his hands behind his head as he stared up at the clouds. All those cold, dark nights, alone in my apartment, after the incident. I would wake up, screaming my head off, and no one was there to comfort me. Naruto. But it was all right, Naruto interrupted, feeling the need to get it off his chest. I never had any parents growing up. Never knew what it was like, so I learned to deal with it. Even if I knew you were alive, I wasn't all too upset, since you left before I even knew who you were, but when you came back and looked at me like that, it hurt more than anything. More than that incident. Kushina looked devastated, tears flowing freely now. Naruto, I'm so. You don't have to tell me you're sorry. I already know. Naruto said, not even batting an eyelash. I just need to get this off my chest. It's insane, this storm of emotions in me, he said, chuckling slightly. I wanna call you my mom and just hug you. But at the same time, I just have this hatred for you that I can't get over. Kushina lowered her head, and Naruto smiled. But something Kiba said yesterday really got to me, he continued. Life is fleeting. We might die any day, and I don't want to die hating my own mother. Besides, Naruto stood up and looked over the village with a grin on his face, then looked down at Kushina. I wouldn't be a very good future Hokage if I held grudges like that. Kushina looked up at Naruto and gaped. It was like Minato was standing there. Naruto looked just like his father. Naruto's grin turned into a smile as he knelt in front of her. I want a mother in my life, Ka-san, I really do. That was all it took for Kushina to throw herself at him, hugging him tightly, which he returned. The smile still on his face. Later. You look a little distant. Hana stared at her date, who had been staring at the wall for the last few minutes. It was a simple date. Neither of them liked the romantic dates, featuring flowers and dancing and whatnot. She was an Inuzuka, after all. She, like all her clansmen, liked things simple, same as Naruto. So, they had just gone out for something to eat, her choice. Luckily, it seemed that barbecue was an inherent trait in the Inuzuka clan. Sorry, Naruto said, smiling apologetically. It's been an emotional day. How so? Hana asked, raising an eyebrow. She'd never in her life thought that she'd ever hear Naruto saying something about emotional. I reconciled with my mom today, Naruto said, chuckling slightly. It's strange, really. I wanna hate her guts for leaving me like she did, but I just don't seem to be able to. Isn't it better this way? Hana asked, making Naruto laugh. Oh, it's better alright, but I'm just grumpy because I can't have it my way. Hana laughed at that as well. Then, she thought of something. By the way, how did you manage to get Kiba to agree to this? Oh, it was easy, Naruto said, grinning. I just bought him some barbecue. And then we got into a life-threatening situation. I think he'd already agreed to it the moment he heard about it, Hana said with a smile. He just likes to complain. In the Inuzuka compound, Kiba sneezed right in his mother's face, staring at the enraged Sume. He gulped. Oh, shit. Back with Naruto and Hana. I suppose, Naruto agreed, nodding. So, what go? You warmed up to agreeing to a date with me. Oh, this and that, Hana said with a shrug. Your loyalty, your determination, all the things that attract Inuzuka women. And the fact that you're very good looking is a nice bonus. Naruto scratched the back of his head. You're making me blush. That's not all I wanna do to you, Hana said with a sultry smirk. Naruto blinked. Is that another Inuzuka trait? This forwardness, I mean. Hana nodded. If we see someone who's good mate material, we try as hard as we can to take it. An admirable quality, Naruto said with a grin. And you? Hana asked, smiling. What made you agree to this? Naruto looked thoughtful for a while at that, then sighed. I'll be honest with you, he said sadly. Hana looked at him in confusion. I'm actually in love with Kiba. And dating you would bring me closer to him. Hana stared and stared and stared, then snorted, followed by laughing, which caused Naruto to crack up as well. You're a good liar, Naruto-kun, Hana said, wiping tears of mirth out of her eyes once they'd calmed down. I actually believed you there for a while. What gave me away? Naruto asked. Nothing, except for the fact that you're oozing heterosexuality. Hana said with a shrug. I bet I couldn't even pay you to kiss a guy. Especially Kiba. You're right, Naruto said with a nod. Getting that close to him could cause the fleas to spread. This caused the two of them to crack up again. Meanwhile, on the roof of the building opposite the barbecue joint, Kiba was laying on his stomach, sporting a black eye. Look at them, laughing away, he muttered to Shikamaru, who was laying on his right. Next to Shikamaru was Taki. I bet they're telling jokes about me. What are we doing here, Kiba? Shikamaru asked with a sigh as he flipped a page in the book he'd brought along. Any spying session brought on by Kiba was bound to be boring, after all. Shouldn't you be home right now with Akamaru? Shut up, Kiba hissed. Don't even mention that place right now. Ka-san is really pissed off right now. Getting within 80 feet of that place right now would be asking for trouble. They look cute together, don't they? Taki said with a bright smile on her face. Shikamaru sighed. Seriously, though, what are we doing here? Spying on Naruto. He'll know we're here in a second, if he doesn't already. It's training, Shika, training. Kiba said. This is training on how to hide your presence. Oh, I see. Taki said, grinning. It's training. Exactly. Kiba said with a victorious grin. Don't let him trick you, Taki-chan, Shikamaru said, snapping his book shut. He just wants to see what kind of horrible things Naruto will do to his sister. Don't even mention that, Kiba growled. I'm having enough trouble dealing with this. Then, it's just spying. Taki asked, humming. Well, spying is part of being a ninja, she supposed with a shrug. Besides, I wanna see how Ni-san's date goes. They look like they're having fun. Taki eeped at the new voice, and Kiba and Shikamaru tensed up. They all looked back to see Kakashi, his book away for once, staring down at his student. Why are you spying on Naruto? He's on a date with Hana. Kiba muttered. In a flash, Kakashi had laid down next to him, staring down at the barbecue joint. That's my student. She's a very good-looking girl. Oi. Meanwhile, in the barbecue joint, Naruto smiled at Hana. You know that they're watching us, right? How could I not? Kiba hasn't showered today, Hana said, scoffing. He stinks. Well, stealth was never his area of expertise. Naruto said as he activated his eye, which caused Hana to jump, since it was uncovered. At first, she'd only seen a shiny metal surface where his eye was supposed to be, and in a second, a bright green eye was staring at her. The eye swirled, then locked itself in place staring out the window, up at the roof on the other side of the street. Kiba, Shikamaru, Taki and Kakashi-sensei are watching us, he said. Then corrected himself. Well, Shikamaru is reading a book. Watching us, huh? Hana asked, a smirk appearing on her face. Then how about we give them something to watch? Naruto was about to ask what. But Hana suddenly reached across the table and grabbed his collar, pulling him towards her and meeting him midway, smashing her lips against his. On the rooftop, Kiba was about to jump off and beat Naruto up. But quick reflexes from Kakashi help him grab the back of Kiba's coat, keeping him in place. Stay, Kiba, Kakashi ordered gently, then smiled as he looked down at Naruto. Tears of joy streaming from his visible eye. My student, I'm so proud. Ah, Taki sighed happily. Then, the kiss started intensifying, and she blushed heavily, letting out a quiet, eep. Before burying her face in her hands. The next day, in the dark cave, the projections of the Akatsuki members appeared again. Deidara, the leader asked. Sasori is dead, Orochimaru probably killed him. Orochimaru is beginning to be a pain, Kisame said, chuckling. Orochimaru is dead as well, a plant-like man spoke up. Uchiha Sasuke killed him, he spoke in a darker voice. Itachi's little brother. Deidara asked. Never would have expected that, Are you certain, Zetsu? Positive. And his ring? The leader asked. Zetsu sighed. Then, the darker voice spoke. We couldn't find it. What now? My preparations have been made, the leader said calmly. It is time for me to go to Konoha, to capture the Kyuubi. Don't underestimate Naruto, leader, Itachi spoke up for the first time in a while. It may cost you. Pain never loses, the only woman in Akatsuki spoke. How dare you even suggest? Enough, Conan, Pain interrupted. I have never lost a battle yet. You are dismissed. The projections disappeared, and Itachi, sitting on a rock with his back against Kisame, opened his eyes. Some time has to be the first, he whispered so that Kisame couldn't hear him. Konoha. Naruto blinked as he looked out through the window as he sat on the couch in the living room of his apartment. Taki, who was sitting in the chair next to the table in front of the couch, looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Nothing, Naruto said, shaking his head. I just had this strange feeling of foreboding. Taki nodded and went back to reading her scroll, while Naruto went back to reading his own. After a few minutes of reading, Naruto glanced up at Taki, to see that, even though she looked like she was reading, her eyes weren't moving. Expecting the outburst, he effortlessly caught the scroll as it flew through the air, courtesy of Taki. I can't understand this, Taki exclaimed in a rage. Naruto chuckled as he looked down at the scroll. Elemental chakra theory, he asked, raising an eyebrow. What can't you understand? Any of it, Taki growled out, looking ready to tear out her hair in frustration. Naruto smiled and gave back the scroll. It's pretty complicated, but you'll get it, he said calmly. Then looked down at his own scroll, containing Minato's personal notes on space-time theory, which was way more complicated than elemental chakra theory. He only managed to read for a few minutes. Before he could feel Taki staring at him. Ni-chan, she whined. Help me. Naruto sighed, then nodded. All right then, I'll try to dumb it down a little for you. Thank you, Taki said with a smile. Suddenly sitting at attention and listening intently. So, listen, there are 5 types of elemental chakra, as you probably know, Naruto explained. Fire, wind, water, lightning, and earth. These elements form the basis for pretty much all ninjutsu. Cool, Taki said with a grin, getting a chuckle from Naruto at her enthusiasm. Generally, everyone has chakra that fits one of those categories. For example, I have wind as my primary element, with fire coming close second. Each element also has a weakness, forming a circle of life and death for each element. Taki blinked. Each element has a strength and a weakness, Naruto explained. Fire-based jutsu have an advantage over wind-based jutsu, but it's weak against water-based. Seeing that Taki needed further explaining, he sighed and dove into a pile of scrolls next to the couch, digging out an empty one and unrolling it on the table. He grabbed a brush and dipped it in ink, before drawing the kanji for the elements on the scroll, fire at the top, then going clockwise with wind, lightning, earth and water, then drew arrows from fire to wind, wind to lightning, lightning to earth, earth to water, and water to fire. Dumbing it down a little more, fire beats wind, wind beats lightning, lightning beats earth, earth beats water, and water beats fire, a circle of life and death, Taki finished, nodding in understanding. I get it now. And because of the elemental weaknesses and strengths, while one element can defeat another, it can also serve to strengthen yet another. As in, wind can defeat lightning and nullify it, but if faced against a fire-based attack, it will only serve to strengthen it. But you have fire and wind, Taki said, humming. Doesn't that mean that you can use wind to power up your fire attacks? Excellent, Naruto said with a nod of approval. Taki beamed. Yes, using an element's strength to power it will nullify its weakness. If, for instance, I use a Gukaku no Jutsu against a Sujin Heki, it will be stopped by the water-based jutsu. But if I strengthen the fire using wind, it will smash through the water. Says you, came a voice from the window. The two looked to see Kushina sitting on the windowsill, smiling at them. Nothing can smash through my water. Wanna bet? Naruto asked with a smirk as he picked up his scroll again, getting back to reading it. But it's a real surprise, though, Kushina said as she got off the windowsill and walked over, sitting down next to Naruto on the couch. Minato was primarily lightning-natured, and I, along with everyone in the Uzumaki clan, am water-natured. So it's strange that you'd get fire and wind. Well, I'm not exactly the most ordinary ninja in the world, Naruto said with a grin. I'm known to be very unexpected. Ni-san, what are you reading? Taki asked. Space-time theory, Naruto answered, making Kushina go wide-eyed, while Taki just looked confused. You-san managed to master this stuff by the time he was 20. So, Kushina asked, which made Naruto grin again. So, I'm going to beat him, and set the bar higher for my own son, if I ever have one. It was weird, in all honesty. After that tearful moment on the Hokage monument, Naruto and Kushina had really hit it off, and Naruto learned that he'd inherited many things from his mother, including her cooking skills. Kushina, her family being very skilled in that area, had also taken up teaching Naruto sealing, which he was excellent at. 1 week later, everything was eerily peaceful in Konoha. Like the calm before the storm. Everyone seemed to be smiling that day, happy with life. However, all good things must come to an end, and the end came with a huge explosion that took out half the market district. Pain had arrived in the village. However, he wasn't alone. He had 5 other Akatsuki members with him, all of them with the same orange hair as him. Explosions went off everywhere as Pain caused random destruction, searching for Naruto. Unfortunately, though, Naruto was out on a mission. Coincidentally, a few miles away from Konoha, Naruto was heading back home from his rank mission to protect an old friend of his, Toki, the ruler of Bird Country, as she headed back from River Country through rain, which had always been considered a dangerous place. He was blissfully unaware of the situation in Konoha. Then, however, he saw smoke rising from the distance, and his eyes widened. With that, he dashed off. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Pain was on the roof of the Hokage Tower, staring at Tsunade, who stared right back. Surrounded by Anbu. I've wanted to talk to you, Pain said calmly. Tsunade's eyes widened in recognition. You're that kid. Looks like you remember me. Do you know him? One of the Anbu asked Tsunade. Who nodded. A little. Who is he? The god who will restore order, Pain answered for Tsunade. He's no ordinary ninja, that's for sure, the Anbu said. Where is Uzumaki Naruto? Where is the Kyuubi? Pain asked, ignoring the Anbu. Who knows? Tsunade asked with a shrug. I have captured half the hosts, Pain said. The ninja villages have lost the equilibrium of the Biju. It's no use hiding the Kyuubi. The fighting will start soon. The embers of war are already smoldering. And we will control the war. If you cooperate, I'll be willing to help you. You Mew. Saint, be aware of the situation of our power. Don't underestimate the Godime Hokage. Tsunade growled. You're just a bunch of terrorists trying to destroy the stability our forefathers worked for. Whatever you say is meaningless. Pain was quiet for a while, his eyes closed. Then, he opened them again. His expression hadn't changed, but Tsunade could feel his glare. Don't be so haughty. Your peace results in violence towards us. I'm not saying everything Konoha has done has been right. But I won't accept your way of doing things. Tsunade proclaimed adamantly. Watch what you say, Pain said calmly. This is your last warning from God. Tell me where Naruto is. We will use everything we have to fight you. Tsunade said, glaring heatedly at Pain, pissed off at his arrogance. That is all. And you're wrong about one thing. You'll never get what you want most. If you think Konoha's ninja can protect Naruto forever. That's not it, Tsunade interrupted, smiling defiantly at Pain. Naruto is strong. Pain looked ready to respond, but suddenly closed his eyes. Then, he opened them again. Looks like Naruto isn't here. River Country, there's no reason to hang around here anymore. With that, he turned his back on them. Tsunade-sama, the female Anbu at Tsunade's right whispered. We should let him go, and use that time to strengthen our protection of the village. And one last thing, Pain said. His back still turned. The chakra in your feet is that to guard against my technique. I guess you know all about my powers. Everything is meaningless in the face of overwhelming power. You great nations have proven that. You think you're the only ones who matter. You think you can put off death. But peace has made you foolish and thoughtless. If you kill someone, someone else will kill you. Hatred binds you together. Enough of your nonsense. Tsunade said finally, fed up with Pain and his talk. War brings pain, injury and death to both sides. The great nations have suffered too. I've had enough of your accusations. Pain actually scoffed. Don't make me laugh. I want you to feel pain, to think about pain, to accept pain, to know pain, Pain said as his knees bent, preparing to jump. Those who don't know pain can never know true peace. With that, he jumped high, higher than a normal shinobi could jump. At that moment, every pain in Konoha disappeared in a poof of smoke. Everyone looked up at the dot in the sky, and could feel the chakra in the air as he seemed to charge up for a massive jutsu. The sky shimmered slightly as a massive pressure wave was sent straight down toward the center of Konoha. However, before it could hit anything, a black barrier appeared above the rooftops, protecting Konoha and swallowing up the pressure wave, before closing itself like a zipper being pulled up. At the same time, a loud explosion was heard to the west, and the villagers could see a huge mushroom cloud of dust rising in the distance. The shockwave from the crash was felt all the way to Konoha, powerful enough to blow several people off their feet. Tsunade, on the roof of the Hokage tower, looked up in shock, along with the Anbu. That was the Yondaimes, the female Anbu whispered. Feeling a massive amount of killing intent, they all looked up at the Hokage monument, where they could clearly see a figure standing on one of the spikes in the Yondaime's hair. His orange coat flapping in the wind. Naruto? Tsunade asked. Naruto, standing on the Yondaime's head, took out two three-pronged kunai, hurling one to the west as hard as he could, throwing the other at the still airborne Pain. Pain, unable to dodge in the air, had to settle for catching the kunai. All the villagers saw were two flashes of yellow, then Naruto and Pain were gone. Naruto appeared in the air somewhere over the crater that had been made by Pain's attack, having a firm hold on Pain as they fell toward the ground. Naruto flipped them so they were falling headfirst toward the ground, and started spinning. Omit Renge. Pain, however, managed to break out of Naruto's grip, kicking him in the chest and pushing away from him. They both landed a good distance away from each other, on their feet. This saves me the trouble of looking for you, Pain said as he straightened up. Naruto gave him a steely gaze. It's over for you, he said. However, his eyes widened in surprise as he looked up, and saw another person, different in appearance, but wearing the same clothes and having the same hair color and eyes as Pain, come flying through the air. The person in the air went through a set of hand seals, and in a poof of smoke, 4 more people appeared, all having the same hair color, same eyes, and covered in black piercings, just like the man in front of Naruto. The hell? Naruto asked, blinking. Come with me peacefully, Kyuubi, the spiky-haired man said calmly. There is no need for a fight. The name is Naruto. Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, future Hokage of Konoha, Naruto said. His arms crossed. Remember the name. Pain, the 6 Akatsuki said in creepy unison. They took up formation, the one with his hair tied back in a long ponytail with a Fr. hanging down from the right side of its head standing in front of the spiky-haired Pain, with a fat Pain to her left, and a long-haired Pain to her right. A burly Pain with spiky hair stood behind the slimmer spiky-haired one. And a really creepy one, a tall, bald man with an unusual body shape, possessing a very thick neck, no ears and a large jaw, stood in front of the ponytailed one. Naruto took in the formation and pondered. The one with the ponytail used a summoning jutsu. It'd be bad if he started summoning here. The dog pack may be good trackers, but they won't do much good against boss summon. He has to go first and half my chakra went to that space-time barrier. Alright, let's do this, he thought as he took out a kunai. Then, he flashed away. Before the Peens had even processed that he'd disappeared. The spiky-haired Pain had already got a kunai rammed into his chest, and Naruto, who'd appeared right in front of him, dashed toward the ponytail, charging up a Ranran Dageki. He punched his hand through the ponytail and kept running, aiming to take the bald one as well. However, that plan went to hell when a wicked-looking saw blade came out of the back of the bald one's cloak like a tail, piercing through the ponytail and about to pierce Naruto, who pulled his hand out and dodged just in time. However, he dodged in the direction of the long-haired Pain, who threw a punch at him. Faster than even one of Guy's punches. Naruto twisted his body and caught the incoming fist with his left hand, guessing, correctly, that the punch was hard enough to break his bones. In a poof of smoke, 3 clones appeared behind Naruto, one of them rushing toward the bald Pain, the other rushing toward the spiky-haired Pain, who'd just ripped the kunai out of his chest, while the last rushed the one in the back. With them occupied, Naruto engaged in a taijutsu fight with the long-haired Pain, who was higher than Guy's level in strength and speed, giving Naruto a really hard time. He dodged and dodged and dodged, and wasn't given enough time to counter-attack. Abandoning taijutsu, Naruto growled and took out another three-pronged kunai, going through a chain of lightning-fast seals with the kunai in hand. Then holding them up in a blocking motion toward Pain, who just threw a punch at him. Pain didn't have time to stop when he realized his mistake, and a small barrier, like the one that covered Konoha, only much smaller, materialized in front of Pain's hand, swallowing up his arm all the way up to the elbow, then zipping itself up. Grunting in discomfort, Pain jumped away, holding his now bleeding stump, while the arm popped into existence some distance away. Taking advantage of Pain's distraction, Naruto spun, his arm cannon popping up, and took aim at the bald Pain, who looked to be the biggest threat. His arms seemed to be able to fire like rockets, and the tail was a major bother, striking at his clone like a scorpion, while the clone did its best to dodge. Charging up wind chakra in his cannon, he summoned a clone to his side at the same time. The clone brought his hands to Naruto's right palm, pumping wind chakra into the Rasengan that had formed in it. At the same time as Naruto fired at the bald Pain, the Rasen Shuriken was fully formed, and Naruto followed through with the spin, actually hurling the Rasen Shuriken at the long-haired Pain. The Spike Man seems to be the alpha of the Pains, so I'll have to take out the others before I deal with him, Naruto thought as he rushed toward the burly Pain in the back, vaulting over the spick. Y-haired one that had been engaged in a taijutsu battle with his clone, who made sure to dodge instead of block, to avoid being dispelled. A crash was heard behind him, followed by the telltale sign O. F. The Rasen Shuriken connecting with its target, kicking up another tornado of wind. That was 3 Pains down, 3 to go. Strangely enough, neither the fat one nor the spiky-haired one had shown any of their abilities yet. But the burly man was in the back, so he was obviously some kind of support. While the burly Pain was occupied by the clone, he didn't see Naruto come charging up behind him, a Rasengan in each hand. The clone, seeing Naruto approach, suddenly grabbed a hold of Pain, and held him in place as Naruto smashed the 2 Rasengan into his back. Rasengan, Naruto called as Pain was sent flying by the blast, dispelling the clone. The clone that had been fighting the bald Pain now turned to the fat one, charging up a Rasengan in his hand and charging him. For some reason, the Pain didn't seem to be interested in dodging, and just smirked at Naruto. Naruto, deciding to do this to see what kinds of tricks he had up his sleeve, ignored the warning signs, and smashed the Rasengan into him. The Rasengan seemed to hit a chakra barrier around Pain, and was nullified, the chakra turning into pure energy and getting sucked into Pain's mouth. Naruto, shocked, didn't have time to react as Pain grabbed him. And he felt his chakra being drained. He struggled, but kept getting weaker and weaker, until he finally dispelled. The clone with the spiky-haired Pain growled as he threw a punch at Pain. But Pain seemed to be relieved about something, and a look of focus appeared on his face. What happened next shocked Naruto to his core. A pulse of energy was blasted out of Pain, Ching all the way to the original Naruto, who was still standing where the burly Pain had been. It sent Naruto and the clone flying, dispelling the clone in the process. Landing hard on the ground, too surprised to land on his feet. Naruto grunted as he felt one of his ribs crack from the force of the throw. He looked up to see Pain looking down at his hand, flexing it. "My powers have returned," he said calmly, then looked to Naruto, who got up, growling. "Damn it, so, we have one guy who can absorb chakra, and drain people of chakra, and another one who can send me flying with a mere thought this could be bad," he thought as he took out a 3-pronged kunai, stabbing it into the ground. "The fatty is a pain, but so is the other. One of them has to go first. The fat one will protect the other. And the other will protect the fat one, damn it." Pain raised his hand, and Naruto pumped chakra into his feet to protect himself from being sent flying again, but his eyes widened when he felt a pull in his chest. And was sent flying towards Pain, instead of away from him. As he flew through the air, he saw the fatty getting in front of the other one, ready to catch Naruto and drain him of his chakra. Naruto charged up another Rasengan, and slammed it into the chakra barrier of the fatty, which distracted him long enough for Naruto to use Hiraishin to flash away to the spot where he stabbed the kunai into the ground. Letting out a sigh of relief. That was a close one, damn it, I had to go play the hero, trying to take this guy on without backup. Pain raised his hand again, and Naruto found himself wondering why. Why is he taking so long? He should have just pulled me to him immediately after I flashed away. Interesting. Alright, time to test this. Naruto put his hands in a cross seal. And 3 Kage Bunshin appeared in front of him. They charged at the 2 Pain, one of them aiming for the fat one, while the others moved around him, and headed for the spiky-haired one. Ignoring the original for now, Pain raised his hands to his sides, and blasted the 2 clones away with another push. His eyes widened a fraction, however, when another Naruto burst from the ground behind him, charging at him with a kunai. Ready to stab him in the back. Proving Naruto's theory right, Pain didn't blast him away, and instead dodged, realizing his mistake a split second too late, as he saw Naruto run straight past him and stab the kunai into the fat one's back. Not quite reaching his heart, Naruto spun, and kicked the kunai, using enough force to send the kunai tearing straight through the fat one. Through the clone in front of him, and straight at the original Naruto, who caught it by the ring, watching as the clones, along with the now useless fat Pain, were blasted away. Oh, he has to recharge every time he uses it, Naruto thought, a grin appearing on his face. I can win this. With that, Naruto charged up another Rasengan in his hand, feeling his chakra nearing its depletion. Judging by how sluggishly his arm moved, he flashed away, appearing right in front of Pain, who, predictably, blasted him away. However, the Hiraishin seal was on him, having been placed air when Naruto flashed them to the crater. So, Naruto, flying through the air, flashed right back to Pain, smashing the Rasengan into the wide-eyed Pain's chest. For the first time, Pain raised his voice, letting out a cry of pain as he was sent flying away by the jutsu, smashing into the hill of the crater with a crunch, then rolling all the way back to Naruto. Panting, Naruto slowly made his way over to the body. Kneeling in front of him, he held a kunai to his throat as he nudged him, getting no response. Next, he took his pulse to find out that he was, in fact, dead. Grabbing one of the strange piercings in Pain's nose, he pulled it out and stared at the black rod. He felt something was strange about it, but he couldn't sense anything. Willing to risk a little chakra, he activated his eye. He went wide-eyed when he saw chakra coursing through it. It was a chakra receiver, and there was a faint string of chakra going through the air, like that of a puppet user, only much more advanced, and a lot harder to notice. So this body was just a puppet slowly getting to his feet. Naruto deactivated his eye and walked in the direction the chakra string had been leading. After a long, rolling walk through the forest and up a small mountain, which caused Naruto's legs to ache with every step, Naruto reached a huge tree that looked ordinary from a distance, but close up, he could easily see that it was fake. Made of brown paper. Slowly extending his claws, he raised his hand and sliced part of it to ribbons so that he could walk inside. What he found inside was disturbing. A blue-haired woman in Akatsuki robes was standing next to a very strange man. He was a fair-skinned man with chin-length red hair, with his most noticeable trait being his strange eyes. He was a withered version of a once tall and athletically fit man, with chakra receivers implanted into his back, one in each of his shoulder joints and smaller ones in his forearms. He also seemed a mechanical walker for mobility. The woman gasped at seeing him, but Naruto just raised his cannon, firing a blast of fire chakra that caught her by surprise, blowing her head clean off her shoulders. The man in the wall seemed to respond badly to the woman's death, but he seemed too weak to do anything, coughing up blood at that exact moment. Pain, I presume? Naruto asked as he limped up to the man. Uzumaki Naruto, the man hissed at him, which was followed by another coughing fit. Naruto glared at him, his claws still out. The name is Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, son of the Yellow Flash and the Red Hot-Blooded Habanero. And future Hokage of Konoha. Remember my name in the next life. Pain glared at him, and Naruto's eyes widened as he reacted just in time to dodge a chakra receiver that was fired from the waft, and he dashed forward. His claws tearing through Pain's throat, spraying blood through the air. Pain's eyes widened in shock, and he let out a gurgling noise, trying desperately to breathe in the life-giving air, but to no avail. Naruto stared with a distant look at the man as his life slowly drained from him. Rinnegan, he whispered as he stared at the mon's still open eyes. The eyes that were said to have been just a myth. The world is better off if it stays that way. Slowly, feeling the ache in his arms, Naruto reached up, grabbing a hold of the mon's head. Then, he pushed his thumbs into his eye sockets, crushing the most powerful dujutsu to have ever existed. His job done, making sure no one, not even his own village, could get a hold of the eyes, he turned and left the paper tree, which crumbled as soon as he left. As he made another grueling walk through the forest, his legs gave out on him, and he collapsed to the ground, too weak to even try to avoid smashing his face into the forest floor. Faintly, he heard barking in the distance, which came closer and closer. Naruto. With half-lidded eyes, Naruto looked up at the blurry character standing above him. The person knelt and looked at him with worried eyes, coming into focus. Naruto smiled. "Kiba," he mumbled. "I did it." "You did good, Naruto," came Kakashi's voice, standing next to Kiba. "Kiba, get him a soldier pill." Naruto felt the bitter-tasting pill get forced into his mouth, and he happily swallowed it, eager to get some energy back. He felt himself get lifted up and placed on something soft. Akamaru, his heartbeat was very soothing, and Naruto felt his eyes drifting shut. He was rudely awoken, however, by loud cheering. He didn't know how long he'd been asleep, but they were at the gates of Konoha. And some of his energy had been replenished. Forcing himself to sit up on Akamaru's back, Naruto gaped at what he saw. It seemed that every person in the village, civilian and ninja, had gathered at the gate. They were cheering for him. "Welcome back. We believed in you. Thank you. Welcome home. Marry me." Naruto blinked at the last one he picked up, since the woman who said it looked to be in her 60s. Something that severely disturbed the poor, 16-year-old Naruto. "They've all been waiting for your return," Kakashi explained with a smile as Naruto got off Akamaru, his eyes wide with shock. The crowd started running at him, mostly children, though, crowding around him closely, smiling up at him. What was he like? "Are you hurt?" Naruto was pushed and pulled by the excited kids. And he found himself wincing at the contact. He felt what little energy he had left drained from him, and he collapsed to the ground, much to the shock of the kids around him. "Ah, Naruto-sama. I didn't mean to push. I'm sorry." Unknown amount of time later. Naruto groaned, the familiar sterilized air of the hospital invading his nostrils. "You're awake," came the all-too-familiar drawl of Shikamaru. Naruto forced his eyes open and looked to his right, finding Shikamaru sitting by the bed, a table in between his chair and the bed, with a shogi board on it. "I've been waiting, Shikamaru," Naruto said with a smile. "I'm glad to see you're okay." Shikamaru nodded. "Where are the others?" "Kiba left about 3 hours ago to get some sleep. Kakashi-sensei and Hana as well. We've been here for 3 days now. People have been coming in all the time to see if you've been awake, or to deliver a get-well card," Shikamaru said, gesturing for the other side of Naruto's bed. Naruto looked to his bedside table, to find it packed with cards, so many that, even when stacked, the pile was thicker than 4 Ika tactics put together. There were 5 piles. "I feel like hammered shit," Naruto muttered, reaching over and moving a pawn on the shogi board without looking. "You should. You suffered severe chakra exhaustion, 5 broken ribs, a shattered wrist, ruptured spleen and a broken ankle. Along with a massive amount of bruising. I think some of the bruising on your bruises have gone down, though," Shikamaru said as he moved his own pawn. "That bad?" Naruto asked in surprise. "I just expected chakra exhaustion and a broken rib." Taki nearly had a mental breakdown when she saw you. She thought you were dead, and it was only thanks to Kiba that she lightened up. "What did he do?" "He just said that you wouldn't die until you made Hokage. Even if someone cut off your head, you would just replace your body with metal and keep going out of sheer determination." Naruto chuckled. "Chiyo-ba-sama would have a field day if that happened." Kushina-san didn't appreciate the joke, though, Shikamaru said with a chuckle. "She beat him up, then took him to the Inuzuka compound and told Sume, who picked up where she left off." Shikamaru and Naruto played their shogi game in silence for a while. Then, Naruto touched the king and smiled. "I protected the king, just like Tu-san." "Huh." Naruto, sitting in Ichiraku Ramen with his team, looked back at the Anbu who was staring at him. A meeting. Yes, Namikaze-san, the Anbu said, nodding. You or T.O. report to the council room immediately. With that, the Anbu vanished. Naruto could guess what it was about. Akatsuki had managed to infiltrate Konoha and caused havoc, and Tsunade was in a coma from overexerting herself. No doubt, they wanted to appoint a new Hokage as soon as possible, so as to not appear weak to the other countries. Well, I'll see you guys later. Could you guys go guard Tsunade? I don't trust Danzo not to take advantage of this situation, Naruto told his teammates and sensei, all of whom nodded at him. He put his hands in a ram seal and disappeared with a poof. Only we. And he was gone. Did Kiba realize something? That bastard. He left without paying. Council room. Naruto was sitting in a rather large stone chair on one side of a large table, next to the commander of the Anbu. Next to him was Sarutobi Hiruzen, followed by the old warhawk Danzo, then Koharu and Homura. On the other side of the table were 6 civilian members of the council, and at the head of the table sat his uncle on his father's side. The Fire Daimyo. Naruto had no idea why a rookie Junin was selected to represent the Junin populace at this meeting, but he didn't say no, eager to see just how these meetings went down. We plan to continue working with the other countries against the threat posed by Akatsuki, Homura said, starting the meeting. After what happened in the village, we will need to strengthen the barrier. We will tweak the budget to train seal and barrier masters. We would also like for Namikaze-san to take an apprentice, and pass on his knowledge and seals. I already have one in mind, Naruto spoke up. Getting surprised looks from the people around the table. It's still a little too early, but I'm planning on asking Sarutobi Konohamaru to be my apprentice. Hiruzen, staring at Naruto, smiled brightly at hearing that Naruto wanted to take his grandson as his apprentice. There's something else we should consider first, Danzo spoke up, and everyone, save for the Fire Daimyo, already knew what he was planning to say. Who will be the next Hokage? Can we not wait until Tsunade has recovered? The daimyo asked. My lord, Tsunade is still in a coma, Koharu explained. We can't decide on a plan for the village when we don't know when she will wake up. Besides, she is partially responsible for what happened in Konoha. Naruto suppressed a growl at that. And it was only thanks to the slight shake of the head from the Anbu that he kept from speaking up. I'd like to choose Jiraiya, the daimyo said. I like him. Even if you nailed him to the chair, you couldn't get Jiraiya to be Hokage. Hiruzen said, to which Naruto snickered. So, who shall it be, then? The Fire Daimyo asked. Well, Danzo started, but Hiruzen cut him off. I nominate Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. The civilians gasped at that, all of them thinking that Naruto was much too young for the position of Hokage. Hitaki Kakashi, Naruto spoke up. Oh ho, the son of the Shiroi Kiba White Fang, and my nephew, E.H. The daimyo asked with a chuckle. Then, he looked to the civilians. What do you all think? The civilians started whispering amongst themselves. Naruto picked up comments such as, well known, powerful and respected, and, too young. Minato wasn't much older, he heard the civilian across from him say. They all nodded at each other, then looked to the Fire Daimyo. Namikaze, they all said in unison. Making Naruto's eyes widen. He started to feel faint at that. Who is his teacher? The civilian across from Homura asked. Hitaki Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naruto explained. The son of the Yondaime, who taught Kakashi, and pupil of Jiraiya, who was the Yondaime's teacher, and pupil of the Sandaime, who was Jiraiya's teacher. There's no problem then, the Fire Daimyo said. Smiling at Naruto, who was now breathing quickly, though quickly disguising it, so as to not act too giddily. The Sandaime's teachings have as good as destroyed the village. Danzo spoke up, making everyone's eyes widen. Danzo, Hiruzen spoke, but got no further, as Danzo continued. Akatsuki's leader, the man who almost destroyed the village, was once Jiraiya's pupil. This is the result of sympathizing with other countries and giving them power. That sort of thinking is weak. That weakness led to Tsunade's betrayal and allowed Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha. It led to the formation of Akatsuki. And to Sasuke, the last remaining Uchiha, leaving Konoha for his own secret purposes. He spoke imperiously as he stood up. What sort of Hokage do we need now? Who can put an end to this wretched situation, who can bring change to the ninja world and reinforce the laws that govern us. That man is me. The Sandame's teachings are what have kept Konoha being ravaged by wars for nearly 2 decades. Naruto spoke up finally, standing up as well. Your approach of crush this, crush that, and then when all is destroyed, have tea, doesn't work. You will bring Konoha to ruin by making enemies out of everyone and everything. The Shodai and Nidaime didn't see fit to entrust the will of fire to you for a reason, no doubt. Danzo growled at that, while Naruto just looked over the others. Who are we to spit on the legacy of our founders? For Kami's sake, the Sandame has been acting Hokage for over 3 decades, and was even re-elected after the Yondaime died. That just means that his teachings work, doesn't it? The man makes a good point, one of the civilians told the fire daimyo, who closed his eyes, thinking. My lord, you can't, Danzo started, but was interrupted. All right, it's decided, the daimyo said. Naruto, you will be the Rokudaime Hokage. Naruto stared at the daimyo for a moment, then cleared his throat. Would my whoopin' G with joy and doing cartwheels affect your decision? Sarutobi chuckled, while the fire daimyo shook his head. Go ahead. Minato did the same. Naruto whooped with glee and, as he said, started doing cartwheels around the room. Much to the amusement of most, disapproval from Homura and Kaharu, and rage from Danzo. Later, humming happily, Naruto strolled through the hospital. He couldn't help it. He was giddy as hell. Proudly wearing the Hokage hat that had been given to him. Rokudaime Hokage, Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. That had a damn nice ring to it. He was currently on his way to Tsunade's room, to tell his team the good news. When he got to the room, however, he heard a woman's voice coming from inside. She's unconscious. I'll take the letter. I'm her aide, came Shizune's voice. If you don't know when she'll wake up, let me speak to whoever's in charge in the meantime, the unknown woman said. Activating his eye and looking through the door, he saw 8 people inside, Kakashi. Kiba and Shikamaru were standing guard at Tsunade's bed, while Shizune talked to the unknown woman. I need an answer right away. It's urgent. But, Naruto took this opportunity to open the door, looking over the occupants of the room. Tsunade Ba-chan is no longer Hokage, he said wiggling his hat. I am the new Hokage. I'll take the letter. The woman walked over to him, and judging by the headbands on the 2 by the door, they were Kumo ninjas. She handed over the letter to Naruto, who opened it and read it. It was a request from the Raikage to allow Kumo to hunt down and kill Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, huh? Naruto asked, humming. The Sharingan was a powerful dujutsu, and it was foolish to risk it ending up in Kumo's hands. What is your answer? There are, of course, conditions to my consent, Naruto said. Getting a raised eyebrow from the woman. The Sharingan. The Sharingan is Konoha's, and will stay Konoha's, being delivered to us as soon as Sasuke is dead. So long as the Raikage meets that condition. I see no problem with this. The woman nodded. I will let him know. Next, she nodded to her 2 teammates, and together they left the room. Hokage? Kiba asked finally, staring at Naruto in shock. Seriously? Quote. Well, not officially, yet. The fire daimyo and the civilians support the decision, but the Junins haven't voted yet, Naruto said, grinning, then clapped his hands together. Anyway, a meeting of the 5 cages has been called, and I need 2 mandatory bodyguards. Who's up for it? A meeting? Kakashi asked. Where? The only neutral place there is here in the elemental countries. Naruto said. Iron Country. And you want us to be bodyguards? Kiba asked, getting a nod from Naruto. You and Shikamaru. TCH, why me, and not Kakashi? Shikamaru asked, gesturing for Kakashi. Only to find that he'd disappeared. Ah, damn it. Just then, an Anbu blurred into view on her knees behind Naruto. You wanted to see me. You go, I have a mission for you. Naruto said as he turned to look at the Anbu, reaching into his kunai pouch and taking out a scroll, which he handed to her. I need you to track down Mitarashi Anko, who is currently tracking Yakushi Kabuto. When you meet with her, you will both track down Kabuto, but do not engage him. You will tell him you were there under my orders, codeword, homecoming. Yugo took the scroll, wordlessly nodded, then blurred away again. Time to bring our spy home. Kiba asked, getting a nod from Naruto. According to him, Orochimaru is dead. No need for us to keep him away, he said with a shrug, then clapped his hands. All right, both of you get ready. We leave as soon as possible. Shizune, said woman jumped at being addressed, having felt a little forgotten. I have stationed Anbu guards around this room. I don't trust Danzo not to do anything. But even with the guards, I want you to stay with Tsunade as much as you can. Of course, Naruto-kun, Shizune said, nodding, but then corrected herself. I mean, Hokage-sama. She said with a smile. Naruto couldn't help but grin at that. Team Kakashi left Tsunade's room, and went their separate ways once outside, Kiba agreeing to tell his sister that Naruto was going away. Once he was certain that Kiba and Shikamaru were gone, he spoke out loud. You can come down now, sensei. From the roof of the hospital, Kakashi came falling down, landing in front of Naruto. Looking at him with interest. I got the feeling you wanted to talk to me about something. It's about Danzo, Naruto said, making Kakashi's eye widen. He's too dangerous, eh? ND Kabuto has information on dealings between Danzo and Orochimaru. I want you to take a handful of trustworthy Junins, skilled in stealth, and keep a close eye on him until Kabuto comes back, so that he can testify. And everything will be official. I'm counting on you while I'm gone. Kakashi, completely serious, judging by the fact that he didn't have his book out, nodded. You can count on me. With that, he poofed away. The next day, Kiba sneezed as Team Kakashi walked through knee-high snow, approaching the building between the three mountains known as the Three Wolves. Hey, how come? I've never heard about this place before. Kiba asked as he wiped his nose. And who are those guys? He asked, gesturing for the strange people around them, dressed in white armor, white helmets and rebreathers. Each of them had 4 swords strapped to their person. Because ninjas have an unspoken rule that the neutral Iron Country is off limits. They don't have ninja here. They have samurai, Shikamaru explained. To which Naruto nodded as they stepped into the building, entering a large, cavernous hall, which was dimly lit. Meeting them was a man in his late 40s, with bandages wrapped around his head. With a long mustache and beard in a braid. Greetings, Hokage. We've been waiting for you, the man said, bowing his head. I am the leader of Iron Country. My name is Mifune. Thank you for having me, Mifune Dono. Naruto said, bowing his head as well. I have always wanted to see Iron Country. Even after this short a time, it's been an experience. Mifune smiled. Then, if you would follow me, I will take you to the meeting. The others are waiting. Naruto and his bodyguards followed Mifune through a set of large doors, proceeding down a long hallway to another set of doors. At the doors, however, to the side, was a set of stairs. Mifune stopped and gestured for it. Hokage Dono, your escort will need to go upstairs to watch the proceedings. Naruto nodded to Kiba and Shikamaru, who nodded back. Before heading up the stairs. Once they disappeared, Naruto followed Mifune into the room. In the middle of the room was a long table bent into a half circle with 5 chairs placed at it. One in the middle, with 2 on each side. At the mouth of the circle was another table with a chair, where Mifune took a seat, gesturing for Naruto to sit in the middle chair, with a banner with the kanji for fire on it hanging behind the chair. Once Naruto had sat down, getting surprised looks from the other cages, one an incredibly short old man, the Tsuchikage, another a muscular, dark-skinned man with his hair in cornrows, the Raikage, who were sitting at Naruto's left, and Baki from Suna the Cage, and a very beautiful woman with long, auburn hair styled into a herringbone pattern at the back. A top knot tied with a dark blue band, and with 4 bangs at the front, the Mizukage, who were sitting on his right. Mifune started the meeting. Place your hats on the table. Every cage there took off their cage hats and placed them on the table in front of them, looking from each other to Mifune. You are today because the Raikage has called this meeting. My name is Mifune. I will be your moderator. The meeting will now begin. I'll go first, Naruto spoke immediately. The makeup of the 5 cages sure has changed, the Tsuchikage said. You must be Samet. Hing special to be made Hokage at your age. Naruto smiled. Something like that. The Sandaime must have taught you right, but apparently forgot to instill in you any manners, the Tsuchikage said, to which Naruto's smile widened. I could say the same. Didn't your father ever teach you that it's rude to interrupt someone when they're talking? The Tsuchikage kept his stern look for a few moments, before bursting out laughing. Ha! Cheeky brat. Tsuchikage, Please stop interrupting, the Mizukage spoke in a gentle, soothing voice. Hokage, please continue. I am the host for the Kyuubi no Yoko, Naruto explained. Making everyone's eyes widen. I am one of the Akatsuki's targets. So far, I have battled 3 members of the Akatsuki, and I have to say, their abilities are out of this world. They are extremely dangerous. I don't know how many Jinchuriki they have captured so far, but even one is dangerous enough in their hands. When I battled them for the first time, they had captured Yugito-chan. And they have no doubt captured more. We, HMPH. Don't come and tell me that you want us to divulge which ones of us have lost their Jinchuriki. The Tsuchikage interrupted once more. Once a Biju is stolen, the owning country can't expect other countries to help them. It's an embarrassment. I have no time for old-fashioned notions of appearance and honor, Naruto said, giving the Tsuchikage a steely look. Not when the safety of my village is at stake. The Tsuchikage gritted his teeth as he glared at Naruto. Just because the beasts have been stolen, that is no reason to be afraid, the Mizukage said. It takes time, knowledge and skill to be able to control them. The hosts must grow with the beasts in order to adapt to them. Even then, control is difficult, it won't happen immediately. The Tsuchikage said. Right, Hokage. Naruto sighed and rubbed his temples. We would be fools to assume that the Akatsuki would steal the Biju if they had no idea how to use them, he said. The only ones who can truly be said to have controlled the beasts are me, Uchiha Madara, the Shodai Hokage, and Killer Bee, Raikage's brother. At that, the Raikage raised his hand, ND then smashed it down on the table in front of him, smashing it. Quit your yapping. In a flash, the bodyguards of the Raikage landed on the desk in front of him, while everyone else's bodyguards jumped down and got ready to attack. We are here to talk, Mifune said. Please refrain from such displays of rudeness. Kiba, Shikamaru, Naruto spoke calmly, having not even twitched at Raikage's fit of rage. Shikamaru and Kiba looked to Naruto, and then nodded, jumping up onto the stands above the meeting room again. Baki ordered his bodyguards to stand down as well. Ow, Chojiro, it's all right, the Mizukage said. And her bodyguards nodded as well. With orders from the Raikage and Tsuchikage, their bodyguards left as well. Konoha, Iwa, Suna, Kiri, Raikage said loudly. Akatsuki is made up of missing nin from your villages. And that's not all. I know that there are those among you, including former Kages, who have used Akatsuki for their own purpose. I don't trust you. I had no intention of speaking with you. I called you all here to find out where your true loyalties lie. How dare you? Naruto demanded, shooting to his feet. Konoha has not, nor will it ever, have any ties with the Akatsuki. They stand against everything Konoha stands for, and you spit in our faces when you insinuate anything else. He growled out, surprising the other Kages with his hostility. When it came to his village's reputation, he would never allow it to be smeared. The only involvement we've had with the Akatsuki has been entirely illegal. Danzo collaborated with Orochimaru, and that's it. He is already awaiting execution once my spy returns from Orochimaru. Now don't you dare say that my village has had anything to do with anyone that would threaten the peace in the elemental countries. The Raikage, who is actually a somewhat friend of Naruto, getting to know him through Killer Bee, seemed to calm down, then nodded. Sorry, Hokage. But this is frustrating. And Kurigakure, he yelled, looking at the Mizukage. You are the most suspicious. You have no diplomatic relations with other countries and there are rumors that Akatsuki was formed there. The Mizukage was quiet for a while, staring down at the table. Then, she spoke up. To tell you the truth, there were suspicions that my predecessor, the Yondaime Mizukage, was being controlled by someone. It could have been Akatsuki. But I didn't want to make a big deal out of it. You all, Raikage growled. Watch your tongue, Raikage. The Tsuchikage exclaimed, a vein pulsing on his bald head. It's because you were continuing to amass power and techniques during this time of disarmament that other countries were forced to hire Akatsuki in the first place. What? People, Naruto said calmly, though he managed to get the attention of the Kages. Who focused on him. We can sit here and point fingers all day, and we just end up dragging up several decades worth of reasons, but there is something even more important that I have to tell you all. As a sign of goodwill, information that I have received from my spy with Orochimaru. Seeing that he now had the full attention of both the Kages and Mifune, he continued. There are rumors going around the Akatsuki that the real leader is Uchiha Madara. Shock went through the room. Madara is long since dead, the Tsuchikage said. Naruto chuckled. Well, he's alive. Enough to have controlled the Yondaime Mizukage. This is information I have received since Orochimaru's demise, and I only became Hokage a short while ago, Naruto said, bowing his head to the Mizukage. Forgive me for not telling you sooner, Mizukage. As a neutral country, I have to say, the leader of Akatsuki read the signs of the times, Mifune said. He used the stability and the suspicions of the other countries to increase his own power at this rate, even Iron Country, he sighed, then continued. But there's always a silver lining. It's rare for the 5 Kages to come together like this. What do you say? Until Akatsuki is taken care of, what would you think of forming a 5-village alliance? An alliance? The Raikage questioned in shock. Not a bad idea, Naruto agreed. We're in a state of emergency. We have to cooperate. The chain of command should be uniform. We want to avoid any further confusion. So the question is, who will have authority over this new army? The Tsuchikage asked. You will only fight amongst yourselves, Mifune said. So, I would like you to respect my position as a neutral party. I will decide who among you is best suited for the job. I'd like to nominate Raikage Dono, Naruto spoke up, surprising everyone else around them. Seeing everyone, including the Raikage, staring at him in shock, he grinned and leaned back in his chair. Hey, I may be strong as hell. And I may be good enough to lead Konoha, but I have no illusions about being able to lead 5 whole villages into what might become a war. I'm too young to lead, Zekage and Tsuchikage both have a history of dealing with Akatsuki, and Kurigakure is the birthplace of Akatsuki. If the Mizukage were in charge, there would be all sorts of worries about spies and information leaks. Raikage Dono is a good leader, so long as he can keep his emotions in check. A worried look appeared on Naruto's face. I don't know what, exactly, the Akatsuki is planning on doing with the Biju. But we can't let them have the Hachibi or Kyuubi. Too late, the Raikage said. They captured B the other day. Impossible, Naruto said, shaking his head. B and I are good friend. I placed on him a seal that, if he was ever in mortal danger, he could just channel a minute amount of chakra into, and it would summon me to his side immediately. Since he hasn't summoned me, it's obvious that he's still safe and sound. Everyone were quiet for a moment. Then, the Raikage snapped. Why, that ungrateful little. He used this whole damn affair to run away from the village and have fun somewhere on his own. Unforgivable. Oh, hell taste me Iron Claw. Naruto snorted. Sounds like B, alright. Now that the Raikage has calmed down, Mifune said, then looked to the Raikage. Who was gritting his teeth in rage over B. Well, somewhat, I second Hokage Dono's nomination. Who does? Naruto started, but then stopped, his left eye suddenly springing to life. It whirled around in its socket for a few seconds. And then locked into place, staring down at the floor in the middle of the 5 Kages. Hey, hasn't anyone ever told you that it's rude to eavesdrop? Suddenly, a green, plant-like thing rose from it. And out of it came a completely naked, bone-white man with yellow eyes and green hair. His right side was deformed, looking like he'd been put through a meat grinder, and then hastily put together again. So, you discovered me? He asked, chuckling. Akatsuki? Baki asked. It would appear so, Tsuchikage said with a nod. With a blur, all the bodyguards were standing on the table. Surrounding the plant man, Uchiha Sasuke is here somewhere. The question is where? Then, a huge grin appeared on his face. Let's all search for Sasuke. Come on, Sasuke, Shikamaru asked. What's he doing here? Kiba continued, Akamaru growling. The one with the Sharingan, Mizukage muttered. The one who killed Haku and Zabuza. The older of Mizukage's bodyguards, asked. Naruto cleared his throat. Excuse me, I killed them. With speed even most of the Kages had trouble following, Naruto had appeared in front of the plant man, kicking him in the throat and pinning him to the ground. Come on now. Tell me where Sasuke is, or I'll crush you, Naruto said calmly. It was only now that they realized that Naruto had also had time to put on his Hokage hat. The plant man just grinned up at him. Shrugging, Naruto pressed his foot down on his neck, satisfied when he heard a loud crack coming from his neck breaking. There was no reason to kill him. Mizukage said. If you had captured him, you might have been able to get some intel on Akatsuki out of him. No one in Akatsuki will sell out their comrades, Naruto explained calmly. They're all hardcore, he said, then looked to Raikage. Shall we go? Let's, Raikage said with a nod. Let's get started. Yes, sir. The pale-skinned bodyguard of the Raikage, said, nodding. You with the Byakugan, Naruto said, looking to Ao, who went wide-eyed, along with the Mizukage and the other bodyguard. Can you keep an eye on this place, while Raikage and I are gone? Though shocked, Ao nodded. With that, Raikage raised his fist and smashed his hand through the wall. Let's go. Kiba, Shika, Naruto said, and his teammates were immediately at his side as he followed the Raikage through the hole. They ran off, Kiba riding on Akamaru. As the Raikage's sensor searched for Sasuke. I can pick up Sasuke's scent. Below us, Kiba said, getting a grin from the Raikage. As expected of an Inuzuka. I think he's right, she said. I can sense a lot of chakras disappearing. It must be Sasuke. Below, huh? Naruto asked. Kiba. Got it. Kiba jumped off Akamaru as he and the dog jumped into the air, spinning at high speeds. Gatsuga. He exclaimed as they slammed into the floor, drilling a huge hole in it. In we go, Naruto said with a smile as he jumped in after him, Raikage and the other following. As Naruto landed, along with the Raikage, who had covered himself in lighting chakra, they saw a room full of dead samurai, with Sasuke standing on the other side of the room, looking calm. Do we have a plan? Naruto asked. Raikage didn't look at him. We kill Sasuke. Naruto grinned. I love simple plans like that. Sasuke, wasting no time, charged at the pair, drawing his sword and jumping at them. Naruto was faster, though, dashing forward and meeting Sasuke in mid-air, clashing against Sasuke with a three-pronged kunai. They pushed off each other, landing in the spot they'd been standing in before the jump. It's been a while, Sasuke, Naruto said with a smile. I hear you've been causing a lot of trouble. Sasuke just glared, while Naruto looked at the tall, orange-haired teen behind Sasuke, who seemed to have partly activated a curse seal, half his face covered by markings, and his hand having a deformity on it, in the shape of a blade. It'll happen fast, Naruto, the Raikage said. Be ready. Naruto, knowing something was about to happen, charged up a Rasengan in his hand, just as she, standing behind them, went through a set of hand seals. He started shining brightly, but other than that, nothing happened, though it seemed to have been a genjutsu, as the guy next to Sasuke suddenly called out his name, as if Sasuke had been hurt or something. Calm yourself, Jugo. Sasuke spoke in his monotone voice. This is just an illusion, he said as he cancelled it. However, as soon as he did, he found the Raikage standing in front of him, with Naruto behind him. Both of them attacking him at once. However, Jugo got between Naruto and Sasuke, catching Naruto's Rasengan with his deformed arm, the skin of which was horribly twisted by the attack. Other than that, however, nothing seemed to happen to him. Raikage didn't have any more luck, as a guy, holding Zabuza's sword, appeared in front of him, catching Raikage's fist with his blade. A loud crack was heard as the sword snapped in two. And Sasuke, Jugo and the other guy jumped away, the guy with the sword having his arms turn into water. Naruto watched the trio of criminals, then went wide-eyed. Yet when he saw that Jugo guy activate his level 2 curse seal. No, wait, something is different. The chakra is darker, more sinister, even more so than the curse seal, Naruto thought in confusion as Jugo changed. A deranged look appeared on his face, as his skin darkened, and something like a headdress grew out of his head for frame his face, at the same time as 6 pipe-like appendages grew out of his back, with a chakra flame hovering above each pipe. The skin on his forearms grew thick enough to act as armor for him, and his eyes turned yellow, with the sclera turning black. Jugo cackled maniacally. I'll kill ya. The Raikage scoffed. Don't push your luck, brat. With that, the Raikage charged at Jugo at a speed only Naruto and Sasuke's Sharingan could see. Kiba, Shikamaru, guard the sensor, Naruto ordered. Getting nods from his teammates, who ran off to standing guard around him. Now that Jugo was gone, Naruto charged at Sasuke, who glared at him with his Sharingan. However, try as he might, He couldn't put Naruto under a genjutsu. Then, he realized why. Naruto had his real eye closed, and was only looking through his fake eye, which was impervious to genjutsu. Naruto whipped out another three-pronged kunai, and slashed at Sasuke, who raised his sword to block. Right before they clashed, Sasuke's eyes widened, but he was too slow to dodge, as Naruto's kunai cut right through his sword. Taking advantage of Sasuke's shock, Naruto spun, and smashed an elbow into his face, then came at him with a flurry of punches and kicks. He's fast, Sasuke thought, as he struggled to block and dodge the attacks. I can't. He got no further, as Naruto connected with a roundhouse kick to the cheek, which sent him flying. He smashed into a wall, and collapsed to the ground, shaking his head to clear it. That was a powerful kick. When Sasuke got up and glared at Naruto, however, the newly instated Hokage's fake eye went wide. Is that Mangekyo? He thought in surprise. Then, however, he narrowed his eye. It's over, Sasuke said, focusing with his eye. He didn't expect Naruto to disappear, though, reappearing right in front of Sasuke in a flash, smashing his elbow into his face. Don't underestimate me, Sasuke. Naruto exclaimed as he once more started a close-quarter fight, punching and kicking Sasuke, coming at him so fast that Sasuke didn't have time to focus his Mangekyo. He hit Sasuke with a 10-hot combo of punches and kicks, 3 of which were successfully blocked. At the end of the long chain of combos, however, Naruto took out another kunai, and with a flash, slashed at Sasuke's face. He'd intentionally left himself open when reaching into his kunai pouch, and anticipated the kick to the chest as he slashed, but a slight pain to the chest from a kick that sent him flying was nothing compared to the pain Sasuke was in, blood squirting from his left eye. Sasuke let out an ear-shattering cry of extreme pain as he clutched at his eye, while Naruto flipped in the air and landed on his feet. You, Sasuke hissed, calming down. He leveled his Sharingan at Naruto, who just smiled. Wondering what the hell Naruto was smiling about, Sasuke got his answer immediately. The Raikage flashed in from Sasuke's blind spot on the left, and smashed him with a backhand to the side of his neck, which sent him soaring away like a rocket. While he was flying, Naruto flashed into the air in front of him, and slammed a Rasengan into his gut. Sasuke roared in pain as the Rasengan exploded outward, shooting him up into the ceiling and crashing through it. Let's go, the Raikage shouted, jumping up through the hole Sasuke had just created, followed by Naruto. When they got to the top floor, however, Sasuke was gone, nowhere to be seen. No, this isn't right, Naruto muttered, looking to the Raikage as he pointed at a spot on the floor. He was right here. I saw it with my eye. Then he just disappeared. Damn Uchiha brat, Raikage growled. Just then, Raikage's bodyguards, along with Kiba and Shikamaru, came out of the hole. Kiba, good, Naruto said. Sniff Sasuke out. Kiba nodded and sniffed the air a few times. Then, his eyes widened. He's in the meeting room. The 6 ran off to the meeting room, and were met with a strange sight. The Kages and Mifune were staring up at the stands where the bodyguards had been, where a man in an orange mask sat, dressed in Akatsuki robes. Where's Sasuke? Naruto demanded immediately. The man in the mask chuckled. Sasuke isn't here. I had to take him away. You two did quite a number on him, Naruto-kun, he said, clapping his hands softly. My name is Uchiha Madara. I'm here to explain something to you. I just want to make that clear. What? Raikage demanded. I want to tell you about my goal, the Moon's Eye plan. Uchiha Madara, Naruto muttered to himself, then clutched his fists. Then you're to blame for the Kyuubi attacking Konoha. Oh, you know about that? Madara asked, impressed, then nodded. Yes, I was in control of the Kyuubi that night, until your father ripped that control out of my hands. Naruto, humming, took out a kunai, and threw it at Madara. However, the kunai just passed right through the man, making Madara chuckle. Had to try it, huh? No doubt, you've heard about my abilities as well, he asked, getting a nod from Naruto. Now, will you let me speak? I have no interest in hearing the twisted plans of Akatsuki. The Raikage said. I cannot understand you people. I'm with him, Naruto agreed. Hand Sasuke over. First, you will listen to my explanation, Madara said calmly. I may comply, depending on your answer. Let's be calm about this, Hokage, the Tsuchikage said, somehow flying in the air, at eye level with Naruto. Let's hear what he has to say. And make our decisions then. It's a shame, really, Madara said. I would have liked to have Sasuke weaken you to the point where I could take you hostage, but it looks like that was too much to expect. Hostage? The Mizukage asked. For what purpose? Baki demanded. Just to ensure that the Moon's Eye plan plays out smoothly, Madara said with a shrug. It certainly is a shock to hear that Uchiha Madara still lives, Tsuchikage said. But why would a man of your caliber resort to these roundabout tactics? Surely, with your power, you could accomplish anything you want. My wounds from my battle with the Shodai Hokage, Hashirama, were too deep, Madara said. Right now, I am powerless. I am nothing more than an empty shell of my former self. So, this plan is for the purpose of returning you to your former self? Naruto asked. Well, that's one way of putting it, I guess, Madara said with a nod. But that's not all that it entails. What are you plotting? Mifune asked. What exactly is this Moon's Eye plan? I would like to take my time with this tale, Madara said as he sat down on the railing. If you don't mind, I'll just take a seat. What is this plan of yours? Naruto asked. To have everything become one with me. Madara said with a kind of giddy edge to his voice. I mean to achieve a complete form, in which all is united. Shock and silence passed through the crowd for a few seconds. Then, the Tsuchikage spoke up. One with you. All united. What does that mean? There is a stone monument passed down amongst the Uchiha for generations. Even now, it lies beneath the village of Konoha, Madara explained. Upon it are recorded the secrets left to us by the Raikudo Sennin. Without our eyes, it is impossible to read. What's more, the Mangekyo Sharingan can decode more than the Sharingan, and the Rinnegan still more than that. Now this is getting ridiculous, the Tsuchikage said. The Raikudo Sennin, I speak the truth. The Sennin existed, Madara said. And he left us this monument. Enough of this dawdling. The Raikage snapped suddenly, stomping the floor, which cracked under the force. What has the Rakudo Sennin got to do with this plan of yours? Do you know why it is that he became the stuff of legend, worshipped by the shinobi world almost like a god? Madara asked, getting no response. Therein lies the connection between that man and my goal. Uchiha Madara, the Mizukage muttered. You possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, and Akatsuki also possessed a man with the Rinnegan. Then you must know everything that is inscribed there. Let's hear it, the Tsuchikage demanded. The Rakudo Sennin saved the world. Saved it from a monster, Madara said, making everyone go wide-eyed. A monster? Baki asked. Naruto-kun, Madara said. Looking at Naruto. You once played home to a portion of that monster. The monster in question was the fused form of all the Biju, a being possessed of the ultimate chakra, the Jubi. At this, a wave of shock passed through the room again. The Biju's tails only go up to 9. Baki said, as that was common knowledge in the elemental countries. As I said, it is the fused form of all the Biju. Madara repeated calmly. The Ikibi through Kyubi are nothing more than beings created from the divided chakra from the Jubi by the Raikudo Sennin, of course. The Ikudo Sennin developed a certain ninjutsu in order to protect the world from the Jubi. Even now, that ninjutsu is being quietly passed down the seal that creates a Jinchuriki. Seeing the comprehension on everyone's faces, he nodded. Yes, the Raikudo Sennin was the Jubi Jinchuriki. In order to suppress its power, he sealed the Jubi into his own body. As the man who freed the world from the terrible Jubi, the Sennin was worshipped like a god by the people. But the Jubi's chakra was so massive and foul that if the Jinchuriki were to die, it would escape the seal and terrorize the world once more. Fearing this, upon his deathbed, the Raikudo Sennin used the last of his power to divide the Jubi's chakra into 9 portions and scatter them across the world's surface. And with that chakra removed, its actual body was sealed away and blasted into the sky, where its power could not reach. It became the moon. So, you're gathering the Biju to restore the Jubi, and take all that power for yourself? Naruto asked, getting a nod from Madara. But you've failed already. I killed the Ikibi Jinchuriki 3 years ago. The Ikibi died with it. Fool. A being made only of pure chakra cannot die. Unless swallowed by the Shinigami himself, Madara said. The Ikibi's chakra was just scattered throughout Fire Country. I gathered up all that chakra, and sealed it away. Of course, I told nobody this. And Pain just thought that he had discovered a way around it. Clever, Naruto said, and Madara bowed his head. Thank you. Anyway, I will restore the Jubi, and become the new Jinchuriki for it. Using his power, I will magnify the power of my eyes to the ultimate level, and activate a certain jutsu. A certain jutsu? Tsuchikage asked. What jutsu is that? What are you trying to achieve? A massive scale genjutsu. Reflecting my own eyes from the moon's surface. The infinite Tsukuyomi. I will cast my genjutsu upon all humans living on the earth's surface. Controlling all of humanity within that genjutsu. I will become one with the world. It will be a world without hatred or conflict. Everything will be one with me, everything united. That is my moon's eye plan. To hell with that, Hokage exclaimed. Always one to be trusted to be blunt about things. I won't give the world to the likes of you. A peace born from an illusion is nothing more than a lie. Naruto growled out. Peace only holds meaning if it is created in reality. What do you expect us to find in such a world? Mizukage demanded. It would be devoid of hope, devoid of dreams. Nothing more than running from reality. So, you mean to unite the world? Tsuchikage asked coldly. It sounds to me that rather than uniting the world, you simply want to take it for yourself. Madara laughed. Well, do you 5 Kages think you can do any better? He asked, and everyone could feel the raised eyebrow behind the mask. Surely, you should all have realized by now there is no such thing as hope. The concept of hope is nothing more than giving up. A word that holds no true meaning. Now, hand over the remaining Hachibi and Kyuubi, and cooperate with my plan. Otherwise, war will be upon us. War? Baki questioned. I will not hand the Kyuubi over to you, Naruto said adamantly. Mizukage nodded. I concur. What say you, Hokage? Tsuchikage asked. I will not hand my brother to this man. I may have no power myself. But I have the power of the Biju I have thus far collected, Madara said. You have no hope of victory. We will not abandon hope, Naruto said immediately. Very well, Madara said with a sigh. In that case, I hereby declare the 4th Great Ninja War. The 4th Great Ninja War? Tsuchikage exclaimed. Are you serious? I'm not fool enough to say a thing like that in jest, Madara said as he stood up. The air in front of the eye hole of his mask beginning to swirl. The next time we meet, it will be on the battlefield. With that, Madara disappeared. Tsuchikage sighed and closed his eyes. Dear me, what now? We have to form a shinobi alliance, Naruto said immediately. There is no other way to oppose the power of 7 Biju. Baki nodded, and Mizukage looked to the Hokage. I recall you were against the idea, Hokage-sama. It seems Naruto was correct, and no harm has come to my brother, the Hokage said. But I refuse to allow Akatsuki to have their way with us any longer. We form a shinobi alliance, and settle this as quickly as possible. What of Konoha? Tsuchikage asked, looking at Naruto. There are dark rumors going around about Danzo. Don't worry, Naruto said calmly. Danzo is already being taken care of. Hokage-sama, we must make arrangements right away to track down Killer B. She said. If Akatsuki's targets are the Kyuubi and Hachibi, then they must still be pursuing Killer B with all their might. Quite. Hokage agreed. Select a search party at once, and contact the village so that they can begin the search at once. Yes, sir. We should let Team Samui know about this right away, too, the other of the Hokage's bodyguards said. Omoi and Karui were seriously down about all this. In order to put a stop to Madara's Moon's Eye plan, we cannot permit him to obtain the Hachibi or Kyuubi, Mizukage said. As such, it seems more prudent for our shinobi alliance to locate the Hachibi, and hide it away from Madara. Along with the Kyuubi. At that, Naruto scoffed, crossing his arms. You must be joking, he said. I will not hide while my village faces such dangers. Hide be if you want, but you won't tear me away from my duties as Hokage. I can't believe that I'm saying this, but I think the Hokage is right, Tsuchikage said. It would be a waste of power to hide him away, along with the Hachibi. Should we not consider them as a valuable part of our own military forces? Unthinkable, Baki said. Protecting the 2 remaining Biju is a vital object of this war. According to my information, They will need to extract the lowest number Biju first, as in Ikibi, and work their way up, Naruto said calmly. As long as they don't get their hands on B, we're safe. Besides, if B and I team up, not even the combined power of 7 Biju can stop us. We both have full control over out Biju, after all. I agree with the Kage, Mizukage said. I partly agree with the Kage, Raikage said. However, it would be foolish to think that Konoha would follow us if we decided to hide away their Hokage. I know Kuma would protest if I was hidden away. But B needs to be hidden. My brother isn't the kind of man to follow any strategies we might prepare. His sweat dropped. Who knows what he might end up doing? He would only bring chaos to the battlefield. Mizukage was quiet for a while, then nodded. Very well. Do you accept, then, Tsuchikage-sama, that we should consider the Hachibi target to be retrieved, restrained and protected? Tsuchikage hummed grumpily. LL share our information on Killer B with Iwa, Kiri, Suna and Konoha, Raikage said. Once the Hachibi is found, I suggest that you send that information to me. I am probably the only person to whom my brother will actually listen. With the exception of the Hokage. I will go back to Konoha and gather all the intel we have on the Sharingan, and share it with you all, so we all know what we're dealing with, Naruto said. I will also share all the intel Konoha has gathered about the Akatsuki. Can I say something? Chojuro, who had a thick blade on his back, said. What is it? Raikage asked. Well you see spit it out. Amongst Akatsuki's remaining members is Hoshigaki Kisame, Chojuro said. He's a member of the 7 swordsmen like myself. That man possesses chakra on the level of a Jinchuriki and Samahata, the most terrible of the 7 swordsmen's blades. Put him and that blade together, and you have a human who wield every bit as much power as a Nchuuriki, effectively a Biju without a tail. That is what my senpai have told me. He is a special case. You must be sure not to underestimate him. We are quite aware of that. Tsuchikage said. At any rate, is this all really acceptable? The power of the 7 Biju that Madara will be sending against us is a huge unknown quantity. Even if we do secure the Hachibi and protect him with the fork of our alliance, if that alliance is annihilated, it will all have been meaningless. That's why I say, it would be more advantageous to us if we were to send him, along with the Hokage, into battle from the start. Working alongside the alliance's forces. Are you sure about that? Came Mifune's voice, and they all turned back to see him standing there, looking at them with a serious look on his face. We see here before us the formation of the first ever true shinobi alliance. Its power, too, is a huge unknown quantity. Madara himself is taking a great risk using the power of the 7 Biju in this way. If it were no risk, then he would not have gone to the trouble of coming here and attempting to negotiate. It would seem that the situation is not entirely in his favor. Furthermore, we samurai, too, will take part in this battle. Tsuchikage Dono, are you still so worried despite all of this? The question of who will lead the alliance is still up in the air, Tsuchikage said. I stand by my nomination for the Raikage. So do I, Mifune said, nodding. Mizukage, Kage, do you agree? Tsuchikage asked. This is no time to be arguing here, Mizukage said. I'll trust Raikage-sama. Let's entrust it to the Raikage. Baki said, nodding. Ryuten bin no Unoki of both scales, Raikage said. As the only one who has fought with Madara, your information is indispensable. Cooperate with us. You're talking down at me like you're giving orders, same as ever, Tsuchikage said, glaring up at Raikage. You don't have to believe in me, but at this rate, the shinobi world as we know it will end. The Raikage said calmly. We've got no choice but to put aside our self-interest and cooperate. Tsuchikage was quiet for a while, then scoffed. It's better than losing the war, I suppose. Plus, if the shinobi world ends, where will I quarrel with you? I'll cooperate. Everyone smiled as the Tsuchikage grinned. The shinobi alliance is hereby formed. We've gotta tell those daimyo fellas first, though. Later, as the Konoha trio crossed the border to Fire Country, Kiba grinned widely. Naruto looked back at him, raising an eyebrow. What are you so happy about? We've got bragging rights, Kiba said with a chuckle. I mean, how many can say that they witnessed the birth of the first ever 5-village shinobi alliance? Naruto chuckled. That's true. You can now say, we were there. Guarding our all-powerful Hokage-sama. Synchronized raised eyebrows from his teammates were the responses he got. Naruto shrugged. What? I am all-powerful. Did you see me when I arrived in the village during Pain's attack? I looked like a damn god. I dunno, Naruto, Kiba said, shrugging. I thought you looked constipated. You know, I thought the same thing, Shikamaru said, nodding. Oh, haha, guys. Very funny, make a mockery out of my hero moment. The next day. What? Naruto asked, his eyes wide. He was in the advisor's room with Koharu, Homura, Hiruzen and Kakashi. Danzo is dead. He was killed some time before Uchiha Sasuke appeared at the Cage Summit, Koharu said with a nod. One of our best, lost forever. We'll need to hold a meeting to appoint you as the new Hokage immediately. Hiruzen said, getting a nod from Homura. We can't be part of a joint force without a leader. Within hours, Naruto was in the council meeting room, standing at one end of the table. Across from the fire daimyo, Kakashi had taken Naruto's place as representative of the Junins. Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, the fire daimyo said, I officially appoint you as Rokudaime Hokage. May you rule for many a decade. It's an honor, Naruto said, bowing at the waist. I won't let you down. Any of you. That's what I'm hoping for, the fire daimyo said with a smile. Now, this meeting is adjourned. We will hold the inauguration for Naruto-kun tomorrow at noon. Just then, the door to the meeting room was slammed open, showing a panting Junin. Urgent news. What is it? One of the civilians asked. This meeting is of utmost importance. So is my report, sir. The Junin said. Tsunade-sama has woken up. Everyone went wide-eyed at that. Later, Naruto and Kakashi, who were on their way to the Hokage mansion, where Tsunade had been moved to, were talking quietly with each other. Sorry, Naruto, Kakashi said in embarrassment. Danzo slipped away from me. Wow. You're apologizing to me like I'm your superior officer, Naruto muttered, then put a hand on his chin, humming. This could take some getting used to. Kakashi chuckled, patting Naruto on the shoulder. Minato-sensei acted the same way when he suddenly held the power to order Jiraiya-sama around. Yeah, I heard how he forced him to do D-rank missions for 3 months, for stealing his money when they went on training trips. The two reached the Hokage's mansion, where they parted ways, and Naruto stepped inside, following the sounds of Shizun's voice, until he reached a room with an open door. Inside, Tsunade sat at a low table, sitting on a futon, eating large quantities of food. She leveled a glare at Shizun, which Shizun mistook for a hungry look directed at their pig, Tun-Tun. N number. Shizun shrieked. Get a hold of yourself. You cannot eat him. Tsunade blinked. What the hell are you talking about? Oh, I'm glad to see you're feeling better, former Hokage-sama. Naruto said in a cheery voice. Making both Tsunade and Shizun turn to the doorway, to find Naruto standing there, proudly wearing the Hokage hat. Tsunade went wide-eyed. Naruto, what the hell? If you had woken up a few minutes earlier, you would still be Hokage, Ba-chan, Naruto said as he stepped into the room. I was officially named Rokudaime Hokage today. Tsunade's jaw dropped at that. She was shocked that Naruto had been chosen as Hokage at his age, but at the same time, she was glad that Naruto had achieved his dream. She never wanted the job to begin with, anyway. I'm actually happy for you, Naruto, she said, smiling. Now I can focus all of my energy on the hospital. Naruto smiled and nodded. Then, Tsunade asked something. You wouldn't happen to have any food hidden in your hat, would you? Naruto hummed. You know, I have no idea, he said as he took off his hat, then smiled brightly as he looked inside. Hey, I did have food. Tsunade went wide-eyed, but was immediately disappointed when a ration bar came soaring through the air, landing on the table in front of her. Tsunade twitched. Anyway, I'm surprised about the joint forces. I can't believe that Raikage and Tsuchikage agreed to cooperate. Just goes to show how dangerous things really are. So, Uchiha Madara really is alive. Naruto nodded. Then, he turned to Shizun. Hey, Shizun, I need an assistant. You interested? I'm already employed as the Hokage's assistant, Naruto-kun, Shizun said with a sweet smile. Oh, I thought you were employed as the Godaime's assistant. Well, since you're still employed, I need you to call a planning session for me. We have to prepare for war. I'll stay here and take care of the Queen of the Hungry. Careful, brat, Tsunade growled. You're 100 years too young to insult me and live. Naruto just stuck his tongue out at her, while Shizune giggled at the interaction between the two as she left the room. Later, I hereby call this war planning session to order. Naruto was sitting behind a desk in a cavernous meeting room underneath the Hokage tower. To his left was Koharu, and to his right was Homura. 6 tables had been lined up in front of Naruto, 3 to his left, and 3 to his right, with 10 shinobi of various positions sitting at each table. Among the shinobi were Shikamaru, Kakashi, Hiruzen, and, to the surprise of many, Kabuto. Quote, I would like to start this off by debriefing Yakushi Kabuto, Naruto continued, turning his head to look at his trusty spy. You have been my spy with Orochimaru for the last 5 years now. What can you tell us about the Akatsuki? Well, Kabuto started, pushing up his glasses, the Akatsuki are down 6 members, and only have the leader, Madara, Hoshigaki Kisame, Uchiha Sasuke, and Zetsu left. However, Madara is fully prepared for war against the elemental countries. Explain, Homura ordered. Zetsu is an experiment, Kabuto continued. His cells have been implanted in some kind of generator of Uchiha Madara's design, which has the capability to clone him. Orochimaru's last estimate of clones was numbered at around 50,000 clones, but that was 2 years ago. It could very well be over 100,000 by now. 100,000, came the shocked outcry of the majority of shinobi there. Aoba, Naruto said immediately. The Junin sitting at the table on his right, closest to Naruto, straightened up, awaiting orders. Send a message to the other villages. They need to know of this immediately. Yes, Hokage-sama, Aoba said, putting his hands in a ram's seal, before disappearing with a poof of smoke. Start gathering weapons and rations immediately. Koharu ordered, 20% each to the battle squads and support squads. We must decide on the platoon breakdowns as quickly as possible. Bring us a list of every battle-ready ninja. And something to drink, Naruto ordered. We're gonna be here for a long time. There is another thing, Kabuto said, once more getting the attention of the other shinobi. Clever, Naruto thought with a smirk. Instead of laying it all on us at once, you withheld some information, in order to get the maximum amount of attention. Kabuto had always loved being in his superior's spotlight. He lived for praise. I may have uncovered the general area of Madara's primary hideout. Naruto stared at Kabuto for a few moments in shock, along with the rest of the shinobi in the room. Then, he grinned. Excellent. I knew it was a good idea to bring you home. The 5 Kages and Mifune sat in a very small room in Kumo, around a round table. Behind Naruto stood Shikaku, and each of the Kages had a Junin from their own village behind them, while Mifune had his right-hand man behind him. You're all early, Raikage said, to which Baki nodded. The situation demands haste. Naruto cleared his throat, looking around. Couldn't we have found a bigger table? He asked, feeling very uncomfortable, as there was only a foot and a half's distance between them. That, coupled with Shikaku standing behind him, made him feel very uncomfortable. Doesn't anyone else here feel claustrophobic from this? Shikaku, sensing what Naruto wanted, sighed and took a step back, getting a grateful nod from Naruto. Better, Tsuchikage asked, and Naruto nodded. A little, yeah. But seriously, was this the biggest table you could find? We have more important things to talk about, Hokage Dono, Mifune said, sighing. Please, endure for now. I guess I'll have to, Naruto said with a sigh. Then, he turned serious. First things first, I'm sure you have all heard that Danzo is dead. There will be no more need to worry about him anymore. I find that reassuring, Mizukage said with a smile. Many rumors floated around about him, and none of them were good. Danzo had good intentions, though they were misguided, Naruto said. He had to at least somewhat defend a fellow Konoha ninja, who had done so much for Konoha in his time, both good and bad. He believed in Konoha, and that Konoha should forever remain the strongest, even if it meant wiping out every other shinobi village. He was too strong a patriot. But in any case, he's dead. I believe we have to talk about the war, yes. Agreed, Mifune said with a nod. First of all, we need to address the matter of the Hachibi Jinchuriki, and also any information regarding the enemy's headquarters, battle strength, etc. I have recently brought home one of my spies at Orochimaru's, Naruto spoke up, getting everyone's full attention. He gave us the location of Madara's base, along with an estimate of how many men he has. And, Hokage asked, raising an eyebrow. That creature that popped up at the summit is an experiment, Naruto explained. My spy estimates that Madara has cloned up to 100,000 copies of Zetsu. At this, every Kage went wide-eyed from shock. 100,000, Baki exclaimed. How could he have done that? No idea. That's why I suggest that we should unify our intelligence gathering corps into a separate organization. And send them to investigate Madara's base. Naruto reached into his coat and took out a rolled-up piece of paper. He placed it on the table and rolled it out, revealing a map of the elemental countries. He pointed at a spot on the northern coast of the land between Rice Country and Waterfall Country, known as No Man's Land. According to our intelligence, Madara is hiding here, in the beast cemetery known as the Mountain's Grave. As our joint army is located here in Kumo, they'll either cross the sea to the western coast, or march right through the Hidden Frost and Hidden Hot Spring villages. We'll have to send an evacuation alert to both villages immediately, Mizukage said, to which the others nodded. In any case, the location of the refuge for B.E. has been decided. It's a place I've kept in reserve. It's only appropriate that it be in Kumogakure, which hasn't given rise to any Akatsuki members. It's an isolated island where B and I used to train together intensely. The next day, in the mountain's cemetery, the newly formed Tubututsu Johu Shushu Butai Unified Intelligence Gathering Corps had 4 of its agents investigating Madara's supposed hideout. Leading the investigation were none other than Inuzuka Kiba, commander of the Tracking Corps, and Nara Shikamaru, commander of the Intelligence Corps. With them were Kuretsuchi, a serious-looking, black-haired girl from Iowa, and Aburame Shino and Aburame Muta, both of the Infiltration and Reconnaissance Corps. See anything? Kiba asked Kuretsuchi, who was looking thog. A pair of binoculars as they hid behind a set of rocks overlooking the valley that Madara was supposedly hiding in. Not yet, Kuretsuchi said, shaking her head. She felt a little weird, being the only Iowa ninja among a bunch of Konoha ninjas, but orders were orders. Muta knelt and placed her hand against the ground, and everyone watched as earthworms popped up, obviously giving her a message. My worms have detected many life forms underground. The estimate is, indeed, above 90,000. TCH overkill much? Shikamaru asked, sighing. Then, he noticed something. Hey, Kiba, is something wrong? Kiba was sniffing the air, looking confused. I smell dead guys, he muttered, then stood up, pointing to the east. That way, away from this base. Akamaru and I will go check it out. You guys stay here. All right. But at first sign of trouble, you come back here, got it? Shikamaru asked, and Kiba nodded, before taking off. Once Kiba was out of sight, he came upon another valley, one that made his eyes widen. Coffins were there. Many coffins. Kiba slid down the hill with Akamaru and approached the coffins, kneeling next to them and opening one, to show that it was empty. Weird, he muttered to himself. Reaching into the coffin and picking up what looked like a small piece of paper, but smelled like decomposed flesh. His eyes widened. This is. A few hours later, in the Kage meeting room. The door was slammed open as a Kumo ninja came rushing in. We have received word from the Toubu. He exclaimed, showing a scroll in his hand. He handed it over to the Hokage, who opened it and read it, his eyes widening. Edo Tensai. Quote. Mizukage blinked, while Naruto, Baki and Tsuchikage went wide-eyed. What's that? Mizukage asked, and Hokage looked to Naruto to explain. Edo Tensai is a jutsu created by the Nadaime Hokage. Naruto explained with a sigh. It is a jutsu that, using a human sacrifice, can bring people back from the dead, making the revived person a puppet, of sorts. The worst part is that, no matter what attack you use, they can't be killed. They will just regenerate. The only way to stop them, from what I can tell, is to either seal them, or force the user to break the jutsu. That was the only way to stop the Shodai and Nadaime Hokage when Orochimaru brought them back a few years ago. So, not only do we have to worry about those strange Zetsus, but we also have to worry about other strong ninjas brought back to life. Mizukage asked, to which Tsuchikage nodded. Yep, that's right. So, what kind of ninjas can be brought to life? Mizukage asked, and Naruto shrugged. Pretty much anyone, he said. According to my spy's information, the Edo Tensai only needs 3 things: To perform this technique, the user must first acquire some of the DNA of the person they intend to revive. This basically amounts to grave robbing, although blood stains or organs salvaged after the target's death also works. The soul of the one who's gonna be revived must also reside in the pure world of the afterlife. Those whose soul has been consumed by the death god, for example, cannot be resurrected, like the Yondaime Hokage. And finally, a living sacrifice is required for the soul of the resurrected to use as a vessel. In short, it can easily be called one of the most powerful techniques ever created, Tsuchikage summarized. That Tobirama, what a terrifying man he was. If Madara was able to get a hold of the information on the Edo Tensei, either in one of Konoha's secure vaults, or in one of Orochimaru's hideouts, that means that he no doubt managed to get a hold of DNA samples of the Shodai and Nidaime Hokage, so we can probably expect to face them on the battlefield. For all we know, he could have gotten a hold of the DNA of any of the previous Kages, from any village. What with his freaky eye technique, Naruto said, sighing heavily. This war just got a lot more intense. And it hasn't even started yet, Baki said, and all 5 Kages, along with Mifune, let out simultaneous sighs. We need to organize an ambush squad to intercept the enemy, Raikage said suddenly. Shikaku-san, Naruto told Shikaku, who nodded. Notify Tsunade, and make sure that the medical logistics company is properly equipped. Also, make sure the intel squads are clear on their routes. Got it, Hokage-sama, Shikaku said with another nod, and Naruto had to hide a pleased smile. He loved being called that. Mizukage looked at the shy swordsman behind her. Contact Ao in the sensor company. Tell him they need to hurry. Why yes, ma'am. By the way, Baki said as the messengers left. We have finished the new headbands, he said and reached into his pouch, taking out 5 headbands and placing them on the table. Naruto picked his up and looked it over. Shinobi, he read, smiling. A unified front. No longer divided, fighting as one shinobi. I like it. Likewise, Raikage said, nodding. Now, we need to start handing out the commander titles. Naruto. Naruto perked up, looking to Raikage with a raised eyebrow. I would like you to take the position as the Joint Shinobi Army Commander General. This young brat, Tsuchikage asked, looking Naruto over. Could you really handle it, I wonder? Quote. Naruto smirked. While I'm not all that confident in my abilities to lead, at least with me as Commander General, we won't have to worry about my lower back giving out in the heat of battle. Tsuchikage let out a barking laughter. Nice answer, kid. In any case, if you believe that I'm suited for it, I'd be honored to, Naruto said, nodding to the Raikage, who nodded back. The next day, 80. Naruto muttered. He was standing on a cliff, looking over the only smooth land in all of Kumo, where the entire Joint Shinobi Army was gathered, split into 5 divisions. Naruto was the Commander General of the Army, and General of Division 4, the Long-Range Fighter Division. At his side stood Darui from Kumo, General of Division 1, the Mid-Range Fighter Division, Kitsuchi from Iwa. The General of Division 2, the Close-Range Fighter Division, Kakashi, General of Division 3, the Close Mid-Range Fighter Division, and Mifune, General of Division 5, the Special Ops Division, which Kiba and Hana were part of, Kiba having been transferred to that division along with Shino, to add to the forces, while Shikamaru had been added to Division 4. I've never seen an army this big before. Naruto commented, his hands in his pockets. Currently, he was wearing his standard Junin outfit, only with a shirt that was more similar to the type of shirt the Yondaime used. His bandages were off, showing his whole face, and his headband was on straight, showing his eye to the world. Neither have I, Kakashi said, nodding. No one has, Mifune said calmly. His is the first time in history that an army of this size has ever gathered. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, noticing that he looked a bit tense. He patted his student on the shoulder. Being our Commander General, I think you should try to relax, and maybe say a few words, Naruto. Yeah, that might be good, Naruto said slowly, nodding. He looked over the army again, and noticed a few arguments acting out here and there between the shinobi of different villages. He sighed. Already, fights are breaking out, he said and brought his fingers up to his mouth. Then, he let loose a sharp whistle, holding it for several seconds. Once he was sure that he had everyone's attention, he stopped whistling, and decided a speech was in order. 3 world wars, we have endured, he exclaimed, and nodded. That people were now quieting down to pay attention to his words. We've all fought each other at one point or another. We've all suffered loss at the hands of the other's villages. These wars have done nothing but fill us up with hatred, hatred that has been passed down through the generations. This is an endless circle of hatred and vengeance. We are here today to break that circle. To end destruction we bring upon ourselves with each passing moment as enemies. But there are no enemies here today. Because we've all suffered at Akatsuki's hand. There is no Konoha, no Suna, no Kiri, no Kumo, and no Iwa. We stand here today as allies. As shinobi. And after this war is over, if any of you still hold a grudge against Konoha, then you can come and take my head instead. Looking over the crowd and taking a deep breath, Naruto suddenly noticed that he had approximately 80,000 shinobi, all looking up at him in awe. Time to finish the speech. If Akatsuki has their way, the world as we know it is finished. I want to protect it, and I am willing to give my life to protect it. Not just Konoha, but the entire world. But I'm not strong enough to protect it all on my own. Please, everyone, lend me your strength. Very unexpectedly, everyone broke into cheers. Not just the Konoha shinobi, but everyone. Naruto had only expected about half the joint shinobi army to be swayed by his words. Smiling, Naruto raised one arm into the air, fist clenched. Everyone who's with me, let's go. As one, every shinobi there raised a hand into the air as well, cheering. A few minutes later, everyone had departed. And Naruto was leading his division down the southern coast of Frost Country to intercept Madara's army there. Sadly, however, when they reached their assigned positions, there was no sign of anyone. Beyond the rock formation Naruto and his army were hiding behind, there was just an empty, plain landscape. Set up camp here, Naruto told the shinobi behind him. I want a defense set up behind these rocks. Sensors. Set up shop and start poking around. There's something fishy going on here, and I want the enemy found. There was a loud cheer of agreement as everyone got to work. Setting up a field, hospital, further back, setting traps and taking defensive positions in hiding, protected from any oncoming assault, while Naruto knelt behind a single rock, activating his eye and looking around. While pressing one finger against the ground with his other hand held in a half-rammed seal. Naruto said, and the Kiri shinobi sensor next to him raised his head, to show that Naruto had his attention. Contact HQ. Target location reached, no activity. Will do, said as he got up, rushing toward the comm core to deliver the message. You seem really into it. Naruto looked to his left. Finding Jiraiya kneeling next to him. He smiled. It's actually kinda enjoyable, he said pleasantly, still focusing on scanning the area with his eye and focusing on his finger against the ground. Makes me feel more like an adult, worthy of being Hokage. Jiraiya nodded, and looked like he was about to speak, when they both twitched, information flowing into their heads from the intel squad. Under the ground. Jiraiya said with a smirk, looking over the barren field. No wonder we can't see anyone. No one's underground, either, Naruto said, shaking his head. Then, his eyes widened. That's strange. What? Jiraiya asked, focusing on Naruto again. Footsteps, Naruto said, humming. But no chakra signature. Whoever is coming, he or she is a master at steel. I never would have noticed them if it wasn't for the vibrations in the ground. Naruto kept scanning the area, seeing far away, about 2 kilometers away, how someone faded into view slowly. He was a tall man, wearing an Iwa headband. His body was covered in bandages, and he was only wearing a pair of pants, and nothing else. Naruto went wide-eyed when the man seemed to look straight into his bionic eye. Shit, he noticed me, he muttered, to which Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Who? Covered in bandages, Iwa ninja. Jiraiya hummed, putting a hand on his chin. Mugen invisible man, he muttered. Seeing Naruto's confused expression, he sighed. Haven't you been studying? The Mugen, the Nadaime Tsuchikage. He's a very deadly opponent. Couple that with the invincibility granted by the Edo Tensei, Naruto trailed off. And Jiraiya nodded at the implications. Naruto went back to focusing on Mu, and noticed that the man was kneeling, pressing his hand against the ground. With a poof of smoke, 5 coffins appeared. The coffins opened, to reveal who Naruto recognized as the Sandaime Raikage, and the Nadaime Mizukage, along with. Ah, hell. What? Jiraiya asked, seeing Naruto gulping. We need to let HQ know this. The Nadaime Tsuchikage just summoned a whole bunch of other cages, the Sandaime Raikage, Nadaime Mizukage, and the freaking Shodai and Nadaime Hokage. Knowing how serious this was, Jiraiya immediately nodded and rushed off to send the message. Once Jiraiya had rushed off, Naruto sighed, and went back to focusing on the cages. This is gonna get nasty. General, a ninja said as he rushed up to Naruto. General Kakashi has engaged the enemy. The ambush squad was successful. No wonder none of the enemies reached us, then, Naruto said with a smirk. Kakashi-sensei is sure to not let anyone pass him. Also, we have been told that the enemy has attacked Division 1, and they are overpowered. Stand by for orders. Naruto nodded and stopped focusing on the enemy for a few seconds, allowing information to flood into his head. So, they were supposed to make a slow retreat while moving into a sideways chevron formation, luring the enemy into following them. While Division 5 connected with Division 1 then, when they had gone far enough, half of Naruto's forces were to break off and join with Division 1, and once the coastal enemies were wiped out, they were to come back to join with Division 4 again, along with the rest of Division 1's forces. Naruto hummed, then shook his head. Contact HQ. Tell them those forces would be better served joining up with Division 5, 2 or 3. The enemies here are too powerful to just overwhelm with numbers. Yes, General, the shinobi said with a nod, before rushing off. Naruto felt a tingle in his head, and stabbed a 3-pronged kunai into the ground, before flashing away, returning in a millisecond with a hand on the Tsuchikage's shoulder. Why did you insist on coming here? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. Don't strain your back, old man, Tsuchikage chuckled. And who do you think got my dander up? He asked, grinning. I'm here to pick up the principles I tossed aside long ago. We'll be fighting our predecessors side by side, then? Naruto asked, glancing at the Tsuchikage with a smirk as they both rose to their full height. Since Naruto stood much higher than the Tsuchikage, the OLD man rose into the air until he was at eye level with Naruto. I guess so. Who would have ever thought a Konoha ninja and Iwa ninja would fight side by side as allies? Jiraiya came rushing up to them, and stared out over the field. Judging by the fact that Unoki of both scales is here, HQ has already started preparing for these enemies, Jiraiya said, and Naruto nodded, along with the Tsuchikage. Ero Sennin, Naruto said. I'm leaving you in charge. Take the army and follow through with our orders to retreat. And what about you? Jiraiya asked, blinking. Naruto grinned. I'll stay here and fight, along with Tsuchikage Dono. Is 2 against all of them? Tsuchikage asked, while Jiraiya went wide-eyed. I think you give me more credit than I deserve, kid. Naruto, you can't be serious. Jiraiya protested. I will not send this many ninjas to needlessly die at the hands of insanely strong cages brought back to life, Naruto interrupted calmly. This way, we either lose, at which point you can send them to die anyway, or we win, preventing many deaths in the process. That's the duty of the Hokage, isn't it? He asked and turned to Jiraiya, grinning. To gladly risk his own life in order to protect his people. Quote. Jiraiya looked shocked for a moment. Naruto didn't know if he was gonna try to argue or something, but he didn't care. Even if Jiraiya were to argue, Naruto would still send him away. He didn't want anyone to die on him this early on in the way. Jiraiya obviously saw the resolve in Naruto's eyes, and nodded, patting him on the shoulder. Good luck, Naruto, Tsuchikage. With that, he took off. And Naruto turned back to stare out into the distance, where the cages were sure to be coming from. Is 2 against those 5, huh? If you're worried, I can take 4, while you take 1. I appreciate your concern, but I'm not so old that I'd take special treatment from a cheeky little brat like you, Tsuchikage said with a grin, which Naruto returned. Who's little? You're smaller than me. Thus my point is proven. I'm not cheeky. I'm quirky. Tomato, tomato, Tsuchikage said, shrugging. In all honesty, he would never have thought, not in a million years. that he'd ever speak civilly to a Hokage, and exchange playful insults. "I'll have to apologize to Raikage Dono later," Naruto said, spinning a three-pronged kunai on his fingers as they waited for the cages to approach. "'Cause I'm about to beat the crap out of his father. This almost makes me wish Sarutobi was here as well," Tsuchikage said, looking like he'd been really struggling to say those words. Obviously, it pained him to say it. "Now there's a guy who'd break his back doing this," Naruto said, chuckling, along with the Tsuchikage. Yes, in his prime, Sarutobi excelled in all fields, taijutsu, ninjutsu and genjutsu, but with age comes weakness. His taijutsu no doubt isn't what it once was. Neither is yours, which is why I have a fighting style that doesn't involve much taijutsu. Tsuchikage grinned, then started floating forward, his face turning serious. Here they come. Naruto looked toward the west, and saw that, indeed, the cages were approaching agonizingly slow. "My dust element has a very large blast radius. I hate to say this, but I wouldn't want you to get caught in the blast, brat," Tsuchikage said, and Naruto nodded. "So, we just split, and hope they do the same?" Naruto asked as he walked alongside the floating Tsuchikage, who nodded as well. "I think that would be for the best." With that, the two split off at insane speeds, Naruto rushing to the right, and the Tsuchikage shooting off to the left. As expected, the Raikage, and both Hokage took off after Naruto, while the Nadaime Mizukage and Nadaime Tsuchikage rushed after the Tsuchikage. Ironic. How Madara would put those two together like that, being sworn enemies who had killed each other in the Second Shinobi War. Once he felt that he was a safe distance away from the Tsuchikage, Naruto stopped. And the three former cages stopped as well, staring Naruto down. A bead of sweat rolled down Naruto's temple as he stared at the three, a grin on his face, which held a hint of nervousness in it. "Oh, man, not only do I have to fight my predecessors, but the Sandaime Raikage as well," Naruto muttered, gulping. "It's an honor." "Boy," the Sandaime Raikage said as he narrowed his eyes at Naruto. "I don't recognize that headband. What village do you hail from?" "Konoha," Naruto answered proudly, which made the Shodai and Nadaime go wide-eyed. Then, he pointed at the headband with his thumb. "This is the headband of the joint shinobi army, all 5 villages coming together in an alliance to take down the Akatsuki." "An alliance?" the Shodai asked, raising an eyebrow. "Will the elemental countries finally have peace after so long?" "I believe so, Shodai-sama," Naruto said with a nod. "Your name, boy?" the Nadaime asked, and Naruto bowed his head. "Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, the Rokudaime Hokage of Konoha." Quote, "How long has it been?" the Nadaime asked, scratching his head. "The last time we were summoned, Saru was still Hokage." "It's been 3 years, Nadaime-sama," Naruto answered. Sarutobi-sensei was only the Hokage at that time because his successor had sacrificed himself to seal the Kyuubi. And Tsunade, Shodai-sama's granddaughter, was only Hokage for 3 years before I took her place. "That's enough talk, I think," the Raikage said thoughtfully, then nodded. "Yep, I can't control my body for shit. I'm gonna attack soon. It'll hurt me to do this, Raikage Dono," Naruto said as he took out a handful of 3-pronged kunai. "I'm sure I'm gonna get chewed out by A and B for beating you up." "You know my boy. He's a friend of mine." "Yes," Naruto said, nodding. Then, he looked to the Hokages. "And it'll really pain me to fight you too." "Likewise, Naruto," the Nadaime said as he raised his hands. "Prepare to dodge. Here comes the starter." Naruto immediately threw one of his kunai at the Nadaime, who flashed through a chain of seals at an insane speed. The kunai was caught, however, by the Shodai, as the Nadaime finished. Sweden. Dai S. Ueshoha water element, great water shockwave. A massive amount of water shot out of the ground, forming an 80-foot-tall tsunami, which rushed toward Naruto, who went wide-eyed in awe at the sheer size of it. Quickly coming to his senses, however, he flashed away, reappearing in the air directly in front of the Nadaime, smashing a knee into his face and sending him flying. Surprisingly, however, the Shodai seemed to have expected this, not that Naruto knew how, as he was already flashing through seals. Wood shot out of the ground, slamming into Naruto's back and pushing him up into the sky, where it wrapped around his body, keeping his arms pressed against his sides. Impossible. He managed to analyze the capabilities of the seal tag in that short a time. Naruto thought in shock and tried to flash away, only to find that the wood had somehow blocked his link to the Hiraishin Kunai. He looked down, to see the Raikage finish his own chain of seals. Raiden, Kuropantsa lightning element, Black Panther. The Raikage shot his hand forward, crackling with black lightning, which shot out toward Naruto, forming into a massive panther made out of lightning. Naruto growled, "No choi." He closed his right eye and focused his left eye on the incoming tiger. The green iris of the artificial eye started glowing, and just as the panther was a few inches away from Naruto's face, a thick, green, laser-like beam of chakra shot out of the artificial eye, smashing through the panther and disintegrating it. The beam didn't stop, however, and blasted straight through the Raikage's chest and into the ground, exploding it with the force and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. This was something that Naruto had been working on for a long time. It was a very powerful long-range attack, which could blast through anything. However, it wasn't perfected yet, and Naruto could tell that it still wasn't, due to the fact that the eye in his socket had completely exploded outward along with the beam, and had torn up a lot of the left side of his face. Ignoring the pain and taking advantage of the momentary break in attack, Naruto used the superior strength given by his artificial arm To break through the wood, holding him and flashing away to the kunai at the Shodai's feet. As expected, the Shodai immediately lashed out with a kick as Naruto flashed in front of him, but Naruto blocked it and grabbed the Mont's leg. Before spinning, tossing the Shodai at the Raikage, before charging at the Nadaime, who had been going through a chain of seals. The Nadaime never got to finish, however. As Naruto started engaging him in taijutsu, he needed a break in ninjutsu while he tried to figure out how to deal with these three. "You fight well, Naruto," the Nadaime said as he blocked a punch from Naruto. "You have to break the Edo Tensei soon. I don't want to be Madara's puppet." "And how the hell do I do that?" Naruto asked, ducking under a spinning kick, before jumping out of the way a spiked piece of wood that shot out of the ground. "Get me to stop moving, and I'll explain," the Nadaime said, and Naruto nodded, dodging a blast of lightning from the Raikage. He put his hand in a half-ram seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 3 clones of Naruto popped into existence. Naruto and 1 clone rushed at the Nadaime, while the other 2 rushed at the Shodai and the Raikage. The pause in taijutsu, however, had given the Nadaime an opening, and Naruto saw him finish a chain with a bird seal. Suiryuden no Jutsu. A massive dragon made of water shot out of the ground and dove at Naruto, who flashed through seals as well, along with his clone. Kaden, Ryuka no Jutsu. Fuden, Atsugai. The wind technique from the clone amplified the power of the fire dragon that was blasted from Naruto's mouth. The flame burned white hot and impacted with the water dragon, punching right through it and toward the Nadaime, who dodged to the side, and found himself face to face with Naruto, who flashed in front of him, grabbing a firm hold of him. Gotcha. The clone landed behind the Nadaime and went through a few seals. Kaden, Fuden Kanbi Jutsu, Gukuro no Jutsu. Naruto jump. Back in time for a dome of fire to surround the Nadaime, keeping him in place. "Nice one, boy," the Nadaime called, and Naruto nodded, before rushing off to help his clones. The Shodai, who had been furiously trying to hit the clone with pole after pole of wood, never saw it coming when Naruto flashed in front of him, smashing a knee into his face. When Naruto had grabbed the Mont's leg, he had placed a Hiraishin seal on him without the Mont's knowledge. The clone blurred into view behind the Shodai and flashed through seals, ready to trap him in another Gukuro, when a blast of black lightning smashed into him, dispelling him in a cloud of smoke. Naruto looked toward the Raikage, to see that he'd already dispelled the clone attacking him, and sighed. "This isn't gonna be as easy as I." Naruto had to stop and jump away as a wooden spike shot out of the ground beneath him, ready to impale him. Naruto flashed up to the Shodai and punched him on the throat with his left hand, his arm cannon popping up. As soon as the punch connected, Naruto fired a ball of fire, which blew the Shodai's head clean off. As the body fell to the ground, Naruto formed another Kage Bunshin, and they both leaped out of the way from another bolt of black lightning. "You know what to do," Naruto told the clone, who nodded and ran up to the Shodai, whose head had begun regenerating, flashing through seals and forming a Gukuro around him. While the real Naruto ran at the Raikage, who ran right at him. The two engaged in a taijutsu fight, and blocking one of the Raikage's punches, Naruto winced. This W. As gonna suck, this guy punched even harder than Guy. The Raikage was unrelenting, throwing wild punches and kicks that Naruto had a hard time dodging and blocking. He never found an opening big enough to strike at. Meanwhile, on the coast, Shikamaru had joined up with Kiba, who, being part of Mifune's division, had been sent to help Darui's division, along with Hana, who made sure to stay close to Kiba at all times. After all, their mother would probably kill her if something happened to Kiba in the field, and vice versa. There's no end to them, Kiba exclaimed as he charged forward with Akamaru, crying out, Gatsuga! As they spun, tearing through the Zetsu's Kage main no jutsu, Shikamaru called as his shadow shot out, capturing 16 Zetsus. Hana-san. Got it, Hana exclaimed, rushing forward with her 3 dogs. Hana and the dogs jumped and started rolling in the air at an insane speed, their chakra taking a buzz saw shape as they shot toward the Zetsus, tearing right through them. As they did, Shikamaru released his Kage main, and switched hand seal. Kageyo's no jutsu shadow pull technique. He called out, his shadow shooting up his tendrils from the ground, each tendril catching one of the buzzsaws and spinning them around a few times, before throwing them at another set of enemies. Shikamaru grinned. Hey, it worked. His celebration was cut short, however, as he had to jump away from a swipe from a Zetsu coming up behind him. Whipping out a kunai, he stabbed it into the Zetsu's heart. Where the hell is Naruto? Naruto was panting heavily. The entire area was scorched, soaked, exploded and pulverized all around him from the large amount of jutsus that had been cast. There was also a massive forest nearby, where the fight had started, and lots of Odin spikes sticking out of the ground here and there. The 2 Hokages had once more been captured, and only the Raikage remained. Watch yourself, boy. Here comes the big one. The Raikage said and threw a punch, which Naruto blocked. He was surprised, however, when at the last second, he noticed black lightning crackling around the Raikage's fist, and when it connected with Naruto's palm, a massive jolt of lightning shot through his body, throwing him off balance and making him cry out in pain. Naruto jumped back and stared at his burned and smoking hand, growling. So, this was the power of the Sandaime Raikage. He didn't really have time to think, as he had to leap out of the way of an attack from above, courtesy of the leaping Raikage, whose fist slammed into the ground where Naruto once had stood, shattering it and forming a huge crater. The shockwave from the punch knocked one of the clones off balance, and his hand slipped out of the Gukuro. Naruto had only just received the memories of the clone being dispelled by a kick, when he heard, Suihachi water element, water wave palm. Turning around, Naruto saw the now free Naruto with his hand outstretched toward Naruto, blasting a torrent of water, which hit Naruto in the face, drenching him. Naruto briefly wondered what the point of that was, when he suddenly felt the Raikage punching him in the back, sending lightning through his body. The lightning coursed through the water, drenching him, and never before had he cursed the Nadime's abilities as much as he did now. Lashing out with a kick, Naruto got a hit in the Raikage's stomach, knocking him back. Naruto jumped high and flashed through seals. Futen, Tenkuu no Yashi wind element, heavenly palm. He called as he thrust his hand out toward the Raikage. The air between them compressed and slammed down on the Raikage, leaving a massive imprint of a hand on the ground from the force. As the Raikage was held down by the air pressure, Naruto did a Kage Bunshin as he fell and grabbed it, throwing it at the Raikage. As the clone flashed through seals and trapped the Raikage in the Gukuro, Naruto turned his attention to the Nadime as he fell, to see that he had finished a chain of seals. Sweeten, Teppadama water element, gunshot. He exclaimed, his cheeks puffing out, before spitting a massive ball of water at the airborne Naruto, who went through his own seals. Futen, Renkuden wind element, drilling air bullet. Naruto's cheeks puffed out as well as he molded a huge amount of chakra for the jutsu, shooting an air ball out of his mouth, much like the Nadime did with his attack. However, unlike the Nadime, Naruto quickly fired 2 identical balls in quick succession. The Teppadama and the first Renkuden impacted in the air, canceling each other out, while the 2 other air balls headed straight for the Nadime, who dodged in time for the balls to explode when they impacted with the ground, tearing it up. As the Nadime looked toward Naruto again, He was surprised to see the boy do nothing more than throw kunai at him. Calmly, the Nadaime deflected each of the kunai, scattering them around him, and realized his mistake after he caught the last kunai, and was about to throw it back at Naruto, who just then flashed in front of him, kicking him in the face. What happened next was too fast for even the trapped Shodai and Hokage to follow. Naruto flashed, and all they saw was a blur of yellow and orange. Then, Naruto reappeared again a second later, standing a few feet away from the Nadaime, who looked confused. Then, however, he was knocked back by an invisible punch to the face, then an invisible knee to the back, then another punch, and another, and another, and another. The Nadaime was thrown back and forth by punches that were so fast that it even took a while for his body to react to them. Once the Nadaime was sufficiently worn down from the relentless kicks and punches, Naruto formed yet another Kage Bunshin, who easily rushed up to the Nadaime and trapped him once more. Now that all three were trapped, Naruto let out a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground, wiping sweat off his brow. That was tough, he muttered as the two other Kage Bunshins levitated their Gukuro domes and brought them over. It would have sucked if you had all fought with your full power. You did good, Naruto, the Nadaime said with a nod. Truly worthy of the title of Hokage. What do you mean, fought with our full power? The Shodai asked, raising an eyebrow. Madara isn't holding anything back. No, Shodai-sama, Naruto said, shaking his head with a smile, but you three are. The Hokage blinked. What are you on about, boy? I'm saying that though a soul and will are easy to bind, they're not so easy to tame. Naruto explained calmly. You guys, in your hearts of hearts, didn't really wanna fight me, did you? Not really, the Shodai said, and the Hokage shrugged. I saw no reason to, so no. And that is why. Despite the Edo Tensei telling you to tear me apart, your souls still managed to gain some semblance of control, and managed to hold back enough for me to beat you, Naruto said with a smile as he stood up, looking down at the Nadaime. Now, you said something about stopping this jutsu. I thought it couldn't be stopped, even if the one who used it dies. Oh, please, the Nadaime said, scoffing. I didn't become the Hokage for being stupid. Could have fooled me, the Hokage said, to which the Nadaime twitched. Anyway, I wouldn't make a jutsu as powerful as this without making some way to stop it. In case someone stole it. My brother means, of course, the Uchihas. Fucking copycats, the Nadaime muttered to the Shodai's statement. In any case, the way to Saint Opit is to forcefully remove the talisman planted in the head of the resurrected. Once you have the talisman, and override the chakra in it with your own, you have control of the body. At that point, you just make the dog, horse and tiger seals and say, Kai. That's it. Naruto asked strangely. I would have thought it'd be harder. Well, you know how hard it was to just trap the three of us, the Nadaime said with a half smirk. So, break the jutsu. How about I make you a deal? Naruto asked the Hokages. Shodai-sama, Nadaime-sama, do you want, say, at least 80 more years in this world? I refuse to be in this impure body any longer than I have to, the Shodai said, shaking his head, so no. Ah, that's not what I meant, Naruto said as he nodded to one of the clones, who reached his free hand into his Gukuro and dug his hand into the back of the Hokage's head, pulling out a kunai with a paper talisman on it. Once it was out, Naruto formed the seals, then called out, Kai. The Hokage grinned at Naruto and nodded, before his eyes went glazed, and he started breaking down into small pieces of what looked like paper, revealing a dead body underneath. Now that the Hokage was gone, the clone dispelled the Gukuro, and disappeared in a puff of smoke. How about I seal your souls inside me? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. Seeing the two looking confused, Naruto smiled. I am Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. The Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Yoko, he explained as he pulled up his shirt to show the seal on his stomach. Thanks to some tinkering from my father, the Yondaime Hokage, he managed to put a piece of his soul in the seal, and using the Kyuubi's chakra, he can stay in my body until I pass away. I can do the same for you. You will both be allowed to see this new age of peace. And the downfall of Uchiha Madara. That sounds awfully tempting, the Shodai said, nodding. But what's in it for you? Experience, Naruto said simply. It'll give me training in the sealing arts. And I'll be able to talk to you both through a link in my mind, at which point the two of you, along with Megami and my father, can give me advice. I'm just a rookie when it comes to being Hokage so far, after all. And this is my first war. I could use your help. I would like to see that Madara 6 feet under, the Nadaime said, then looked to the Shodai, who stared intently at Naruto. Well, I guess it would be a treat to see my darling Tsunade again, and I would also like to see Madara face his demise. You have a deal, Naruto. Likewise. Naruto grinned. Awesome. He exclaimed as the clones reached into the Gukurus and took control of the talismans, before releasing the prisons, while the original Naruto got to work on the seals. Once he had drawn the necessary seals on the Nadaime and Shodai's foreheads, around his seal, and on the ground around him, Naruto started going through a very long chain of seals, closing his eyes in concentration. Ending in a very strange seal. Something that looked like a bird seal, only with his fingers pointing straight ahead, while his thumbs were sticking out between his middle and ring fingers. He called out, Namikaze. Haijutsu, Futsu no Kyukyoku Nihon Namikaze secret technique, Buddha's ultimate nirvana. The seals on the foreheads of the two former Hokage started glowing, and some sort of energy started to get pulled out of their heads. Glowing a faint blue, the same color the seals on the ground started glowing. The energy was pulled out of their bodies, and started swirling around Naruto, before shooting straight into the seal on Naruto's stomach, knocking him off his feet, slamming painfully into the ground as he watched the bodies of the two Hokage deteriorate, showing the sacrifices that had been used to resurrect them. The dead men dropped to the ground, and Naruto panted, feeling extremely drained. That was harder than I thought. General, came a voice, and Naruto looked back to see Tenka from the sealing squad rushing up to him with 3 others. They obviously thought that he needed help. We're here to seal the Tenka stopped as he looked around, seeing that there was no need to seal the resurrected cages. Don't worry, guys, Naruto said, slowly standing up. You should go help the Tsuchikage seal the others. A team has already been dispatched to help Tsuchikage-sama, Tenka said, to which Naruto nodded. Good. Now, I need to get a message off to HQ. Let's go. Yes, General. The end.